All right, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing? All right, so we got Monday coming up here. So I figured we'd do just kind of a look back in time. There were some things I've been going through some old footage. Been going through testimony. We got an article that we're going to be coming out with, so been reviewing some of that footage that's going to coincide and some historical things that have happened there. But a lot of people haven't really watched the Dominick Black interview. And I think Dominick's testimony was pretty important. And I think that there were some statements that he made to police officers that didn't make it into the trial. And I'm kind of curious why. But I figured we would take a listen to his police statement and kind of compare that with some testimony. Plus, we're testing out the system here again, the live stream. I want to make sure that this is going to work properly. So yeah, let's get to it. So I'm going to turn the volume down a little bit on the What's going on, Jan? What's going on, sister? So the YouTube volume should have kind of an annoying fan in the background. Let's make, how's my volume sound, and then the video volume. Nobody's talking in the Dominick video yet, but there should be like an annoying sound. So let's make sure you guys can hear. So right now he's in this video, not like right now currently, but he's at the Antioch Police Department. This is the late night of August 25th, kind of early morning. So this is going to be around 3 a.m. ish when Detective Antaramian from the Kenosha Police Department and Detective Howard get down to Antioch. Do you guys have volume? I'm not just talking to myself. So we got some questions coming in. I want to be able to answer these. So you guys do have sound, right? All right, so you can hear me. Okay, so I'm assuming while we're waiting for this detective to come in here, I'm assuming you're talking about Cortez Rice. Did like a little live video talking about making sure things are fair, that we get the right outcome, blah 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 blah. Right. So that rhetoric has been going around like crazy. So you guys are aware, I know court, and with the videos that we put out with Mark Richards taking pictures of witnesses and things like that, and then the whole Judge Schroeder thing, all those videos that we put out, I sent that shit to court. That's what Cortez is referencing, is people in their pictures of people inside that courtroom. So I watched his live, but that's what that is in reference to. And so it's basically like they're over here fucking around taking pictures. We need to make sure our people are in there, making sure shit's not going fucking sideways type thing. But of course, some verbiage is used. It's taken out of context. He knows that I sent this fucking video to him, and now there's this whole thing that Black Lives Matter is in there taking fucking jurors for intimidation. It's a bunch of fucking rhetoric. So Cortez received my video because I sent it to him. That video has been shared around everywhere. He's referencing my video of Mark taking pictures. There's no fucking BLM inside the courtroom taking pictures of jury members. And first off, there is no fucking BLM in the courtroom. I know quite a few people that are in that fucking courtroom. Nobody's in there snapping pictures. And all that with all that rhetoric and all that misinformation that's going around, all that's going to do is end up locking that courtroom down, and nobody gets to go in there. And we're gonna be in a situation that press is not allowed in there. We're gonna be shutting down cameras. So this is all rhetoric. So this kid's in here. You know, he's on. It looks like he's kind of reviewing. He was originally when he first got in here. He's playing games on his phone now, though. Now he hears a noise. So yeah, and then one of these fucking YouTube fucks that likes to put out a bunch of rhetoric. He put that live video out. He's got this whole thing about BLM in there taking pictures of fucking jury members. I've commented on his video, and I linked our video. But yeah, I mean, I directly sent my video to courts. Like, look at this shit. So that's what Cortez is talking about. There is no BLM, okay, and it's going to be a reference towards BLM.org. First off, Kenosha doesn't have fucking Black Lives Matter organization.
Antioch, I told you. I'm in their house, so I don't know all their rules.
But he's referencing that the other side is in there taking pictures. So the other side, the side that's bitching, how about you take notice of the fucking discrepancies and misconduct that's happening from the defense with picture taking and facing a rhetoric that's riling everybody up right now.
Yeah. I kind of explained it to everyone involved. There's kind of three sides to every story. There's usually what one group of people tells us, another group of people tells us, and sometimes someone else what we.
All right. I want to make sure you guys can hear Answer Ramy in here.
I kind of want to see what you can offer. That kind of help me figure out what happened. Yeah. I guess let's just start. Dominick.
Yeah. Dominich. So I can know.
Dominick, what's your date of birth?
So let me know on your end if the sound is good on your guys' end.
I know it's late, but last 12 hours or so.
Yeah, so we pretty much went down there to just a bunch of guys. We just want to, because I used to work for the owner of a company called Car Sources, like a used car dealership.
Yep, I know exactly where it is.
Yeah. So they got their first lot burned, and they own two mechanic shops. One mechanic shop had already been set on fire halfway. Okay. They had burned the building down like they did the dealer.
Yeah.
They burned at least 3 cars. The owner asked us if we would go there. We could go on the roof. We could stand below. Just make sure they don't burn the whole place down or touch the cars. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We go up there. We bring our guns. You know what I mean? Okay. We tell them if they go by the cars, we yell at them, get back, get back. We don't point. We don't shoot or anything. Yeah. You know what I mean? The guns are just in case they shoot at us or they fall on the ground. A lot of us have like medical stuff to help people who get hurt. Okay. You know what I mean? So just in case we have to defend ourselves.
Yeah. Are guns loaded?
Yeah.
Okay. Rifles, sidearms.
Some people have like what do you call it? Holstered pistols.
Okay.
Just mostly like rifles.
Okay.
But anyways, the night was like just normal. They kept on pushing the riders down, and there's a building. I don't know if you want me to draw for you just to help you out, just to think about it better.
I got it.
Yeah, so we are right here.
How well do you know Kenosha?
Pretty good.
Okay.
So this is Sheridan. This is Sheridan right here.
Okay.
Okay. Roosevelt comes up just like this. Their other little mechanic shop. This is where we're all at right here.
Yep.
The other mechanic shop is about right
So
here.
this is 63rd Street?
Yeah.
And then KMH is like right across the way?
Mhm.
Okay.
So pretty much the shooting happened. There's an intersection that goes in between. You know what I mean?
So remind me, let's just rewind a little bit because there's a lot of minute details here that are important. You mentioned the shooting. Who was involved in that?
Just Kyle. But to my best ability, I believe I counted the shots he shot, and he was not the only one shooting.
Okay.
So what I believe, I didn't see it.
Okay.
I never saw anything that, because from where I'm standing on the building,
Yeah.
I saw nothing.
Are you on top of the building?
Yeah, I'm on the roof.
Oh, how'd you get up there?
The owner had a ladder in
Okay.
the shop he could use.
What's Kyle's last name?
Rittenhouse.
How do you spell that?
Rittен, house,
How old's Kyle?
17.
Okay. So, was Kyle on the roof with you at all during the night?
So we had like two guys on the roof, but he was one of the people on the bottom by the cars.
How many guys on the bottom?
At least 5.
Is Kyle being paid to be there?
No, nobody's being paid.
Okay.
It's all voluntary.
Just kind of fun to watch, or
I don't know, just kind of protecting what deserves to stand.
is this guy a friend of yours?
Yeah, I used to work for him, but
Okay.
he's a really nice guy.
Still pretty close?
Yeah,
to him?
he's never done anyone wrong. We really respect him, so
Okay.
we don't want to watch the rest of this money go out.
What's his name?
His name is Sam. I don't have a last name for you.
So, what riders are getting pushed down?
Yeah, they got started in the courtyard.
Oh, what's up, V Radio? You done with your rhetoric about the courthouse shit?
Put them all on the smaller vendors so they can rest the aggressors. But they kept on pushing them. They pushed them past,
Okay.
and when they were going past us, they didn't like that we were standing on the roof with guns, and they started throwing rocks and whatnot at us, yelling at us. We didn't do anything about it.
Okay.
So they knew what we looked like. And then eventually we got a phone call saying that, hey, they're trying to set the building off of Roosevelt on fire.
Okay.
They're breaking into the cars. They're
Does
busting.
he have a
with
house
baseball
or
bats.
a building over there?
Yeah, that's the second mechanic shop.
Okay. You know what it is across the street?
We're gonna address that,
But you go, it's
Kieran. No, nobody in there is taking pictures of jury members. You need to quit spreading that fucking
you don't
bullshit.
cross any intersection besides the one that's right next to cars. You know what I mean? It's kind of hard to explain. I don't know. That's 20 seconds right there.
20 seconds, or what? Or share.
Oh, no. Okay. It's on fire.
No, I get it.
Yeah, but anyways, you can obviously just look up what the two buildings are.
Okay.
It's like a 3-minute walk.
Okay.
So walking back and forth is pretty easy for us.
Yeah.
But all that I know is that a lot of people were supposed to be over there too. And we
So-
got a phone call saying,
There's 5 guys on the ground,
yeah, and
2 on the roof.
yes, sir.
And that includes you.
Me and then one of the other guys that came down.
What's his name?
I don't remember his name. He's new. There was a lot of guys that drove from out of town. There was like 4 guys from Canada that came down here.
Okay.
So
Are they all friends with Sam, or?
actually, there wasn't that many people that were friends with Sam that were there. But when we were all getting ready in the parking lot, parking our cars, a lot of guys pulled in and asked if they could help us.
So was there like a Facebook post or something like that?
I think there was, but I wasn't included in it.
And it's not a big deal. I mean, everyone has a right to carry arms. Everyone has a right.
Yeah, I think I did. A lot of people asked me if I was part of the Facebook militia page or something like that.
Okay.
But I'm not part of any of that.
You know, Kyle is?
I think he's in a page to, what is it? I think it's like Back to Blue Lives or something like that. I'm not really sure. I don't watch
And was
Facebook.
that organized to be up there or no?
No.
Okay.
See, now that part of the statement, I'm going to pause this just for a second.
I guess a lot of people are supposed to meet places and whatnot, and I'm like,
That part of that statement, there's a big argument that Mark Richards made in all like the pre-trial motions when they're trying to bring in a bunch of evidence against Kyle, where his attorneys are talking about how they've had this expert go through this phone and search for Proud Boy things and Oath Keepers and 3%ers and all of this stuff. And there's no mention of any Back the Blue style websites or searches or social media groups that Kyle's a part of. Nobody mentions that. The prosecution doesn't even fucking mention it, which this guy's a fucking idiot too. But that's an important thing. So here this kid is testifying, well, not testifying, but giving a statement that Kyle is part of these other types of Facebook groups. And he may not have been part of any type of formal militia thing at this point, until the Proud Boys, got fucking hard-ons for him. But that is important.
someone asked me, well, you part of this? We're supposed to come here. Sorry. Where are you supposed to go?
Okay. So Twitter, bounding around the streets, running around. Anarchy. I would. Yeah.
I'm gonna pause this. So fucking, what's your name? V Radio. It's Neil, right? Neil Kiernan. Is that your name? Let me just fucking, yeah, Neil Kiernan, big giant fucking rhetoric conspiracy fucking theorist. Some of your shit's actually pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, but you do put out a bunch of fucking rhetoric. Cortez, the person that you're talking about, Cortez is referencing the video that I linked in your video when I told you to stop putting out the fucking bullshit rhetoric. And then I linked my video from my page. That's what he's referencing, because I personally directly sent that to Cortez. So while you're over here spreading out these bullshit rumors that BLM, and first off, there's no BLM org people in fucking Kenosha, and there's nobody in that courtroom that represents BLM org. There isn't. If you watch videos, if you happen to know people, I know a bunch of people in that courtroom, and they're not fucking any representative of Black Lives Matter, and they're definitely not snapping fucking pictures. But we highlighted that Schroeder's clerk caught Mark Richards snapping pictures of witnesses, and Schroeder acknowledges that they're not supposed to be doing this. It's a level of misconduct, could potentially, be construed as witness tampering, witness intimidation. And then that was brought to Binger's attention, and then the judge lied about it the following morning. So instead of sitting here losing your shit that BLM's in there taking fucking pictures, why don't you highlight the fact that we have a bullshit, corrupt ass, lying piece of shit judge, and you got Mark Richards snapping pictures of witnesses? Why don't you highlight that? I linked that video, and you know what my page is, obviously. So go watch that and highlight that. Cortez is referencing my video. That's what he's talking about. Now, I grant you, he's not using proper fucking language in his live stream, 100%. But he's referencing my video of, we got people in this courtroom taking pictures, and we need to keep this shit fair. And, obviously he's talking about we want the right outcome because a bunch of people want Kyle convicted. That's what he's referencing. So enough with the rhetoric. Go highlight what Mark Richards is doing and that lying piece of shit judge. Let's get back to Dominick's statement here.
Okay, so you know that construction site right across from the car dealership that got burned down? There's a big construction site. So when they got pushed down, a lot of those people would go into the construction site and grab all these big chunks of rocks and bricks, and they went behind the mechanic shop, and there's a house like literally butted up right next against it, and they tried throwing rocks from behind, but the whole time they're just hitting the house. And one of us almost got hit. One dude got hit in the foot, but it's not really anything major.
So when you say construction site, you're talking about something burned down?
No, it's just literally construction. They took a building down, so there's like cranes and stuff there. It's just a bunch of rubble piled up.
This isn't from the riots or fires?
No.
Okay, so this is, I see. So what you're talking about is just west of 27th.
Yeah.
Southwest side of the corner, right?
Yeah.
Right across the old fire station.
Go watch my video, Neil. Go watch the video. We highlighted the entire thing. I'm not gonna stop this video after this again. We highlighted the entire thing. During a break of Ryan Balch's testimony, Schroeder's clerk tells Schroeder, this is exactly what she says. I thought they weren't supposed to be doing that. He says, what's that? And she says, he's snapping pictures as he's walking by the witness. And she says, Mark Richards. And then Schroeder says, he's not supposed to be doing that. Oh, man. Then he starts complaining about the fucking trial and how long this is taking. And I want this done in 2 weeks. And his testimonies are lasting forever. Okay. Our video got shared out everywhere. Law enforcement was notified. The district attorney's office was notified. Everybody was fucking notified of the video that I put out. It was brought to Binger's attention. And then we see the following morning, Binger, in his half-assed bullshit-ass way, brings it up to Schroeder. Okay. And then Schroeder laughs it off and says, oh, I was just complaining about the length of testimony. That's it. Those were his words. He makes no mention of the misconduct by Mark Richards, snapping pictures of witnesses. So Schroeder lies that all he was commenting on with his fucking hot mic issue was the length of testimony. It was a flat out lie. Go watch my videos. It's very clear. So that's what Cortez is talking about. I messaged Cortez the video because I know Cortez. That's what he's referencing. There is no BLM inside that courtroom snapping pictures of fucking jurors. Look at the courtroom, bro. Half that fucking courtroom is empty. Most of the courtroom is reporters. You got Wendy sitting there. You got Rittenhouse's sisters. You know, Faith comes in. Mackenzie will come in. You got bodyguards for them. You got attorney helpers that are running video shit. You had Hannah Giddings in there. One of you dumb fucks called in some bullshit thing that Hannah was there to fucking kill Kyle. And yes, there are protesters in there, but nobody's snapping pictures of fucking jurors. You know why? Because they don't want this trial getting fucked up. So you need to highlight what Mark Richards did. Now, whatever level of misconduct that was, however that could be construed, he's the one that's participating in the misconduct, not people sitting in the galley. So you're putting out rhetoric that BLM is in there intimidating fucking jury members because what? You have some fuck sitting in a car watching live stream video of the courtroom? Where's and show any type of fucking proof, any proof, and I'll 100% back you up and I'll make a big giant fucking deal out of it. Show any proof of this unknown person sitting in a fucking car who's snapping screenshots of BLM taking pictures of fucking jury members. Show the proof of that. But no, you put out your bullshit rhetoric and you're riling people up. And I'm reading the comments on your fucking video post on your YouTube channel and people are losing their fucking minds. This is how these problems start. And this is why both sides, and we call them sides, it's why both sides are fucking attacking each other. It's because of bullshit fucking rhetoric. So it is rhetoric. You're making a claim that these things are happening in this courtroom. It's not. Go watch my video and start losing your fucking mind about a corrupt ass piece of shit judge. Go do that. Go make a big deal about Mark Richards snapping pictures of witnesses. That could be construed as witness intimidation. All right. Thanks for the chat. Let's get back to fucking Dominick Black now.
Yeah, that's right. That's right next to
Good
our,
chat, Neil. Good chat.
Next to Ruther.
Yeah, there's Ruther.
Oh, okay, so where the church went down.
Yeah,
There's like a church that is taken down.
Yeah.
Right?
yeah, exactly.
Okay, I'm talking about now. Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
So does he have just those 2 properties, or does he have a 3rd property?
So did you see all the cars that were lit on fire
Yep,
and everything?
yep,
That's his
first
too.
property.
That's his dealership.
And then the second
Across
one.
from that, so the dealership is like right here.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
And
And
that's
then
over-
this is his mechanic
That little
shop.
garage area, you used to like Goodyear tires years ago.
Yeah, exactly.
And then
That-
further
that
down
was
the
his
road,
now. Is
right
another,
across from KMH is another one of his buildings.
yeah, is another mechanic shop.
Okay.
So we were just covering these two because this one's already toast.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Lost cause. at this
Yeah.
point.
So anyways, well, I'll just get to it.
No, you're good, man.
But they ended up going down. We get a phone call, and they're like, "Hey, they're destroying the building." My friend Nick, he got a phone call.
So Nick gets a phone call.
Yeah.
Okay, and what's the nation or part of that call?
One of our guys drove past, and he's like, "Hey, there's nobody at the other place.
The one closer to Ruther.
The one furthest away,
Okay.
where we weren't at." Yeah. He's like, "Hey, there's nobody there. There's kids beating these cars with baseball bats, and they're probably going to set it on fire soon." And Kyle, he was out on the ground because he was walking around. He's just down there trying to help people. He's yelling out, "Medical, anybody need medical?" That's what a lot of people do. And I noticed that he tried coming back in, but the cops and all the riot trucks were blocking up that intersection. And he tried walking in, and one of the riot trucks was like, "Hey, you with the long rifle, turn around," because he tried coming back to us. So he was stuck on that side.
Okay. So this is unguarded.
Yeah.
Nick gets a phone call saying, "Can you send some guys over there?" Basically,
Pretty much.
They're hitting with baseball bats. We're
Yeah.
going to start on fire. Guy starts to move.
Yeah, because Kyle's already on this side. So one of our guys,
So Kyle gets separated from the crew
yeah, because the cops won't let him back.
because they have a line,
through
a hard line.
Yeah, they won't let him back through. So he's stuck over there.
So does anyone see him stuck there? Like, how do you know he's stuck there?
I noticed he was stuck there because I heard him. The intersection was right next to us. I saw him trying to walk back.
So you're on foot. You're on the road. Where are you at?
I'm on the roof still. I never left the roof the entire
The
time.
roof of which building?
This the first mechanic shop,
So you're
right?
at the Goodyear place.
Yeah.
Was Kyle there with you for most of the night?
Yeah, I decided to go.
Bro, this is the fucking problem with you people. You focus on one thing and intentionally ignore the other thing. I'm not disputing the fact that Schroeder is a fucking dinosaur and doesn't want to be even part of this trial. And he's pissing and moaning because he's got sand in his fucking vagina about how long the fucking trial is going and the length of testimony. I've bitched on my fucking streams of the trial about to get this fucking witness off the stand. I'm not disputing he said that, but you're ignoring, you and everyone else on your fucking side are ignoring the fact that a misconduct by an attorney happened inside of that courtroom and it was brought to Schroeder's attention. What should have happened once it was brought to Schroeder's attention, both attorneys, Rittenhouse's goons and fucking DA goons, should have been brought back into that courtroom. Schroeder should have made mention. Mark Richards, why are you snapping fucking pictures of people? It's not supposed to happen. He says that. We have his audio. He says that. But he never brings it to the prosecution's attention. That's a problem. It leaves to question what other misconducts are happening in this courtroom that the judge is being made aware of that is not brought to attention of the attorneys. Even if Binger is doing something fucked up, some type of misconduct, and Schroeder's not going to catch it because he's a fucking clown. But if his clerk catches Binger doing something, or the other DAs that are sitting there, or even Detective Antaramian or Detective Howard, who for some fucking reason are sitting at the prosecution table, if any of them are doing something fucked up, then Mark Richards needs to be made aware of that. But the point is that Mark Richards did a level of misconduct, snapping fucking pictures of people. He's not supposed to do that. And it wasn't brought to the DA's attention. Then, when the judge was questioned about it, the judge made no mention again that he caught a level of misconduct. And he lied blatantly, saying, all I commented on was the length of testimony. That's not true. We have it recorded. It's not true. He lied. And so, again, I don't care who did it, whether it was Mark Richards or fucking this loser-ass fucking district attorney Binger. Either one of them. The point is, both sides should have been made aware, and the judge should have fucking done that. And the judge definitely should not have fucking lied about it. Yes, he did lie about it, you fucking idiot. Go, dude, I'm not even going to argue with you. You're like intentionally just ignoring shit. Go listen to the video. The judge never makes any mention of the shit that was brought to his attention with Mark Richards snapping fucking pictures. Never. He never makes any mention. And he specifically says, that he was only commenting on the length of the testimony. That's it. Go watch the videos. That's a lie, bro. That's a blatant lie. Because he didn't just comment on the length of testimony. He commented on other things, more important fucking things. Well, then you're intentionally ignoring shit. And this is why your channel is a bunch of fucking bullshit rhetoric. All you're doing is stirring the pot. You're stirring the pot on shit. We put that out there because this trial needs to be fair. Whether you're pro Kyle or against Kyle, it needs to be fair. And if Mark Richards is doing some fucking dumb shit, what if that leads to a mistrial? Now we got to fucking do this whole thing over again. And then that's going to jeopardize Kyle's fucking case. Go listen to the audio and go make a big deal about Mark Richards and the fucking judge doing fucked up shit. BLM is nowhere in this fucking courtroom. Nowhere. None of your fucking allegations are happening. And you're spreading rumor and rhetoric, and you're getting fucking people riled up. And what's going to happen is because of this bullshit rhetoric that you're throwing out there, you're going to have fucking crazy militia fucking people coming out again, and you're going to have pissed off fucking protesters, and someone's getting fucking hurt far worse than fucking Kyle Rittenhouse night. No, he just didn't use the proper verbiage. He's referencing the video I sent him about people snapping fucking pictures. I mean, I can't do anything about how he fucking talks. But that's what he's referencing. And how this needs to be fair and all the fucking shit. And you guys want to fucking take this some other fucking way without knowing the fucking details. Without having factual information. Without knowing shit that happened on the fucking back end of things. And it's all rhetoric. All you're doing is pissing off your side, bro. And you're going to have more people coming around to make sure the shit's not happening. And then protest side is going to fucking come around to make sure that your side's not fucking doing anything. And then the arguments are going to come and the screaming and the yelling and the fucking cussing at each other. And someone's getting into a fucking fist fight. And there's going to be guns and people are going to get fucking hurt, bro. Then we're going to have stupid fucking fences up around this courthouse again. And then there's going to be bullshit. Go listen to the video. We've played the sound clips over and over and over and over again. And we've clearly pointed out that Schroeder lied. We've clearly pointed out that Mark Richards engaged in a level of misconduct. And you're going to sit here and be like, I did listen to the video and Schroeder didn't lie about anything. There's nothing wrong in anything that's happening. You're a fucking idiot, bro. It's people like you that put out bullshit fuck rhetoric, stirring the fucking pot. You're getting people all riled up, bro. And when people get hurt, it's on you. It's your fucking fault, you dumb fuck. You're a fucking clown, bro. Go correct that shit before somebody gets fucking hurt. This is going to turn into a massive fucking problem, bro. Nobody's in that fucking courtroom snapping fucking pictures. And damn fuck sure whoever's sitting in some fucking car outside of the courtroom watching the same feeds all of us are fucking noticing people taking fucking pictures. Believe me, bro, you don't think I'm sitting. I analyzed the fucking judge and that hot mic. You don't think I'm sitting here every time they pan on the crowd looking at who's inside of that fucking crowd? What the fuck are they doing? I'm looking for everything that we can fucking expose, bro. And trust me, I don't give a fuck who it is. I don't care if it's a protester and they're acting like an asshole. I'm going to fucking expose it because this trial is too fucking important.
Going around and ask people to help, because then they start throwing like a little, the pepper balls and stuff like that. Just seeing if anybody wants help, because I guess he's certified for medics and stuff. And then once we found out that he couldn't get back,
How did he get so far down there by himself?
it's actually not that far.
Okay.
So it was like maybe 2 houses down.
Okay.
So he was just walking around, and obviously the crowd is moving right. So he's kind of following the crowd, making sure anybody needs help. I know that he was helping one lady. Some lady was yelling out, "Medic, I need help, I'm hurt." And this kid had a big cut in his hand. We brought him into the mechanic shop and he helped him out and sent him off. And then Kyle went back out to help, and that's when he got split off. We got the phone call. We noticed he was out there. Nick said, "Hey, send Kyle." And
This is going to be an important part, and I'm done arguing with you, Neil. You want to argue about this? Set it up. I'll come on your little fucking rhetoric platform, and we'll sit there and argue for fucking 3 hours, playing the sound clips, and you can tell me that it didn't happen and that the judge didn't lie, and we'll keep playing the fucking sound clips over and over about how it did happen and the judge did fucking lie. And like fucking radio said, it's the judge's job to address misconduct in the courtroom by either fucking side or by people that are sitting inside of the galley. So, again, you want to argue about this? Invite me on your platform. We'll fucking argue. Right now, not the time. I'm busy. I've already pointed it out. And again, you just want to sit here and you want to fucking ignore facts. That's what you people do. You ignore facts and you put out fucking rhetoric that gets people fucking riled up. And it's dumb fucks like you that get people fucking hurt. Go listen to the fucking clips and make a big deal about your side being engaged in fucking bullshit. Now let's listen to this because this is some important shit.
I'm not exactly sure. I wasn't paying attention to who he sent with him.
So Nick's saying this?
Yeah. Nick's kind of like calling all the shots.
And some unknown guy?
Yeah, one of the volunteer dudes.
So, how's they're separated? There's one guy with him, maybe.
Yeah, there is for sure one guy with him. Because
Okay.
I watched him, because as soon as Nick called him and told him that, him and the guy started running towards the building to try to stop it as soon as possible.
Stop. Property damage?
Yeah, property damage, fire, anything.
Okay.
And I can't see anything that far because
You're
there's
where
trees.
now?
I'm still in the building on the roof.
You're a good, let's be honest, you're probably a block and a half away at this point. You're basically at 5900 block of.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's at least
close to the city.
yeah, it's at least 2-3 blocks.
Right.
Yeah, so he gets there, and all of a sudden, I hear gunshots,
Okay.
and I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe they're tear gas, so I'm not too spooked.
Okay.
But about a minute later, I get a phone call from Kyle. He's like, I just shot somebody. Yeah, I just shot somebody. And I said, why, what happened? Where are you? And he hung up the call. And then I see him running down the road, and there's one cop car now because the riot trucks had pushed past that cop car holding off the road on Sheridan. And there was one cop car with a bunch of cones blocking it off. And he put his hands up and dropped the gun, and he walked up to the lady in the cop car. I don't know what he said, but I saw was her point back at us, and she had her hand on her vest. And he told me that he told her, he said he walked up to her, he was like, I just shot somebody. And the lady was, she told her, she said, no, go. And then she pepper spray him.
All right, so we pointed this out in another video that I'm sure fucking Neil is gonna misrepresent. We had the officer testify that was in that squad car. Now, I'll admit there's some confusion here on whether or not it was a female or a male officer in the passenger seat. We know from testimony that it was a male officer that was in that car. But Dominick is sitting here telling Antaramian that Kyle told law enforcement right then and there that he shot somebody. So Kenosha knew. I have a tendency to believe what Dominick is saying because Dominick's just got diarrhea of the fucking mouth and he's just incriminating himself and fucking Kyle and Nick and everybody else. He's incriminating all of them. There's a part in here where he's going to talk about an interaction with Rosenbaum as he's entering that car source lot that the prosecution never brings up.
So, so he ran back to the building. He's all shooken up. He's scared out of his mind. You know what I mean?
I'm sorry, there's a lot to unpack there, so just give me a second. You hear gunshots.
Mm-hmm.
How many did you hear?
At least 4 or 5. It was about 5.
And how many other gunshots?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so what you know now, you believe they're gunshots. At the time, were you convinced like he had sounded like gunshots? You're kind of like that sounded weird. Like, what were your thoughts?
I thought it was somebody in the crowd shooting like a pistol, or it was the riot squad shooting like rubber bullets or anything. I didn't think it was him. Because you can tell a difference in the pitch. You know what I mean? Like with an AR-15, it's loud. You know what I mean? It's a lot different. But the other things that sound like gunshots were like more high pitch.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I didn't think it was him.
So you hear 4 to 5 gunshots. You can't see him, let's be honest.
I know.
There's no way in hell you can see him, right? So you hear gunshots, and you get a phone call.
Mm-hmm.
What's the number on the phone call?
It's kind of,
Okay, it's his personal phone. You just know.
it's his personal
You have
phone.
it listed in your phone. And,
I have it listed in my phone.
okay.
Do you need it?
Yeah, if you got the,
Yeah.
you can show me the time you called and everything.
Yeah, I can show you exactly what it was. It comes up as yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, it comes up as yesterday.
Yeah.
You can see, I tried calling him back. It was a 23-second call at 11:49 p.m.
349.
Yeah.
From Kyle. And you will listen there as Kyle Rittenhouse.
Yeah, so it was 11:49 p.m., 23-second long call. And then you can see right after, or no, 1 second. Scratch that. He called me at 11:46 for 12 seconds.
nature of that first call?
That was him telling me he shot someone. And then I tried calling him back, but I got no answer.
So that's his voicemail you got, or what?
He ended it because he was running. Or no. I'm not. I believe it just kept ringing, and I hung up.
Well, I don't usually give the time unless there's connection.
There was connection, but I think either I ended it or it went to voicemail. I can't guarantee because it's just a rush of the moment. I might have ended it because I saw him running.
So at 23:46, 12-second call, Kyle tells you he shot someone.
Yeah.
How did he sound?
Frightened, just out of breath.
Did you ask any questions?
I tried to, but right when I said, "Where are you?" and then he hung up the phone.
Okay. The 23-second call.
Yeah.
You said you see him. When did you
Yeah,
see him?
I saw him running down the road, and that's when he ran up to the police officer in the car.
Did you see that yourself?
I saw that myself with my eyes. That was right at the intersection.
Okay. You sworn a statement. Look, hand to God.
Yeah.
I see him approach.
I saw him. He had a sling on his gun. He dropped it down, and he put his hands up, and he walked up to the cop car.
So he has a rifle slung on him. He runs up to an officer.
Yeah.
How do you know it was a police officer?
What's that?
How do you know it was a police officer?
He was in a cop car.
So were they outside the car or in the car?
In the car. She was sitting in the passenger seat.
Passenger seat?
Yeah. I didn't see the driver. I know there was a lady with a passenger.
Was it an SUV? Was
It was a squad car. It was an escort.
it marked?
Or the little. It was marked. It was the white and black one. It was a Ford Taurus.
So where are you at this point?
I'm still on the roof.
So is this like closer to Sheridan?
This is on Sheridan where they have it blocked off, right at those
Okay.
first lights.
So you see him running. He runs to a police car.
Yep.
Drops the rifle.
Mhm.
Puts his hands up.
Yeah, and he walks up to the window and it looks like he's confessing. I don't know what he said.
So you don't know what he said.
No, I couldn't. I know what he told me.
You see the rifle on the ground.
No, it's on a sling. So
Okay,
it's
so
hanging.
it's just hanging.
Yeah, it's just hanging.
Okay, like a 3-point harness or something.
Yeah, it's from his neck, so it's just
Okay.
connected to the back.
So there's
stock
it's
of the gun.
just laying across him.
Yep.
I'm assuming he shoots right.
Yeah.
So pistol grip here. It's just laying across him.
Mhm.
His hands
Yep.
are up.
Pointing down.
You said he said that, but you don't hear it. You're too far.
Yeah, I can't
That's,
hear it.
that's okay. But you see some sort of interaction.
Yeah.
Does it last a long
Mhm.
time?
It was maybe not even 10 seconds.
Okay, so 10-second conversation of some sort. You're not sure what's said.
Yeah.
And during those 10 seconds, something is exchanged, words, and he
I see her point back,
okay.
and he throws his hands up in the air like he's mad, and then he starts running back to us.
So when this officer points back, like towards you guys, or like back towards like the hospital?
Like towards us, but just the direction, not our building.
Okay, but just like
Yeah, just
basically
like
to the north.
just go.
Okay, and cop points back to the north. What does he do? He puts his arms up.
He starts running. He goes into the building. I try my best to climb down the ladder without falling. I run inside the building, and he's sitting on the chair, and he's like, dude, I just shot people, and I'm like, dude, calm down. I'm like, what happened? And he told me that. Are you ready?
All right, just give me 1 second, sorry. I'm left-handed, I'm tired. So he says he shot you.
Yeah, and I calm him down, kind of, because he's really not calming down at all.
Okay.
But I asked him, I'm like, dude, what happened? He's like, I was running up there, and I saw a kid trying to break the window with a bat, and my partner, whoever was with him, he said, he's like, I'll stay next to your hip, And then he started yelling at the kid. He said, "Hey, put the bat down, stop breaking the car." And the kid got mad and charged him with the bat.
Okay.
And then he said he shot him. He doesn't know where he hit him or anything.
Okay.
And then he looked next to him, and the guy that was supposed to be with him is just completely gone, nowhere to be found. And then all of a sudden, people are chasing him and started.
So this part here where Dominick is giving a statement to his conversation with Kyle. So Kyle claims to Dominick, when he's describing the situation, that he engaged a rioter breaking a car with a bat, which we've not seen on video, but he engaged him. And then the guy got mad and chased him with a bat, which we've also not seen on video. And then he shot him. He's talking about Rosenbaum. So I don't know why any of this wasn't brought up. It's just kind of odd.
He said he got hit in the face with a skateboard and his head hurt.
Okay.
And then he said, then he shot 2 people because they were trying to beat him up. And then
So-
that's when he got back up and ran, and he made it to the cop car.
Okay.
And then after that, we decided it was like, you know what, we're gonna get in my car. I'm gonna drive out of here before anything bad else happens to you, and we're just gonna go back home, and you're gonna go to the police station.
Okay. So he says the guy that charged him after breaking the windows?
Yeah. Like he got mad that he was telling him to stop. But there was, from what I've seen on the videos, there's more than just him at the little car lot trying to break in the cars.
Okay. And I
Yeah.
haven't seen these yet, so I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. I just want to get what you know.
Yeah.
Without kind of referring to the videos, because you were there.
Yeah.
So he says the guy that charged him
Yeah.
after breaking windows, and he says I shot him.
Yeah.
Shot him or shot at him?
Shot him.
But didn't know where he hit him.
No.
Now let's rewind. You said then he shot 2 more people.
Yeah.
Didn't know where.
The other people that were trying to break in the cars saw it and chased him off. And when he got into the middle of the road, I don't know if they tackled him. I didn't see it. I don't know if they tackled him or if they hit him with something. But he ended up on the ground, and they were on top of him a little bit. And he said that they were hitting him with skateboards and pieces of wood.
Okay.
And then
So-
he rolled over and shot the ones that were hitting him.
All right. So let me rewind. A group chases Kyle away from the car dealership or from the car.
Yeah. Back towards us.
They catch him, and you said they attack him.
On the ground.
Now you didn't see this yourself. This is just he
No,
told
that's
you
just
this?
what he told me.
The group catches him and starts to beat him. He said with
Yeah, and that's the crazy part is there's a lot of stuff in this statement that Dominick gives that is helpful to the prosecution, yet Binger never asks certain questions. I think that's crazy. I don't know what the fuck Binger's doing. I mean, we're definitely going to we'll be on Raw Topic tomorrow, early before the trial starts. So you're going to hear me talk about what's been going on in the trial and different witnesses and statements and comments that have been made and questions that fucking Binger is bringing up. And essentially, Kyle's team is just sitting there laughing like, go ahead, I don't care, ask the question. Go ahead, play that video. We don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Say whatever you want. Play whatever video. It doesn't fucking matter. And Binger is just helping them out.
drive you dead?
Yeah.
So, did he say if he knows he hit them for sure, or?
He said he shot one person and they fell, but he doesn't know if he hit or missed the other person.
Okay. He say anything about shooting him? Okay. He didn't say anything about guns or anything like that,
No.
skateboards and boards, right?
Yeah, just
Which,
skateboards.
I get it, I mean, it's a lot of damage. But nothing else people shooting at him or him being shot.
No.
And as far as, he wasn't shot.
No, he was fine. Yeah, no, he had a cut on his head and his hand was kind of cut.
See, this entire conversation,
Do you think
this
if
entire
there had been
statement
other guns, he would have
is
talked about
extremely
maybe
relevant
like
in
that?
this case. There's so much this kid is saying,
Knowing Kyle, he's not really the kind of
and
person,
obviously there's stuff he's saying that it helps Kyle as well, but there's a lot that helps
He wants to
the
be like a
prosecution,
paramedic.
and they never
You know what I
bring
mean?
a lot
He just
of.
wants to help people,
Okay.
but he gets scared. You know what I mean? I don't think he would ever just want to be in a gunfight.
Okay.
It makes no, it's not Kyle.
Okay. Now he's 17, right?
Yeah.
Do you know where he got the rifle?
Yeah, it's mine. He got it from my dad's house.
Okay, so it's your rifle?
Yeah. He bought it with his money, but I got it for him. And the deal was, it's to stay at my dad's house, and you only take it up north with us hunting. And I guess his mom's supposed to get a FOID card here, so it can be put in her name.
Okay.
But he got it from my dad's house in Kenosha.
Okay.
It was never given to him.
So did he pick up today from your house?
See, in this whole section, this line of questioning right here, right? How many times have we heard that this kid crossed state lines with this gun? Right? How many hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking times have we heard the kid cross state lines with the gun? Why isn't he charged with a federal crime for crossing state lines with this illegal weapon? We put this fucking video out almost a year ago. And I was just at a protest, and they're still claiming that he crossed the fucking Illinois into Wisconsin with the gun. It's right here. This is the problem with people not fucking watching shit when it's put out there. His verbal, like the documentation of his statement, was put out before the video was put out. We tried to quell that misinformation a year ago, and nobody listened. And then we released the video almost a year ago, and nobody listened. And they're still not fucking listening. So let me make this clear for everybody. Based off all of the fucking testimony and this fucking statement and all the shit, the only time Kyle Rittenhouse crossed state lines with this gun was after the shooting, and Dominick Black disassembled the weapon, put it into his trunk, and legally and safely, as much as I don't want to say that, but legally and safely transported the weapon, which then went directly to the Antioch fucking police department. So everybody, all that misinformation about how this kid needs to be charged with these additional federal crimes, it didn't happen. You see how, you see, Neil, how I quell misinformation and fucking rhetoric? You see how that works? That's the right way to do it. I don't like this fucking kid. I don't like any of these kids. But I'm not going to sit and ignore truth or deny truth just because I don't like this little fuck.
I think so. I think he grabbed it before we left.
Okay. And you knew he had it?
Yeah, I'm not, I don't know why the whole time I'm thinking, I'm like, he's not 18. I don't know why I'm thinking the whole time.
I'm not looking, I mean,
Yeah,
the bigger fish to fry, that's not the thing I'm looking at you for, so.
yeah, I know, but like in my head, like I could have stopped it. But I know if I would have told him no, he would have threw a fit.
Yeah.
He
How long have you
would've-
known him for?
Almost a year.
How do you know each other?
I dated his girlfriend.
You dated his girlfriend?
Oh, whoa, no, I dated his sister.
Okay. Well, that's a little, okay, you know, sometimes, you guys bond over something, I don't know. So you heard about fire shots?
Yeah.
You know, Kyle said through like car safety or like any sort of
Yeah,
training in firearms?
I know he did like police cadet and stuff like that. I don't know if that has to do with anything with shooting, but I know we take them up north sometimes just to, shoot targets. I don't think he's ever hunted before or anything like that.
Are you going to like a range or is this like on private property?
I've taken him to a range with shotguns before. He's done shotgun shooting and trap shooting up north on our property, but no ranges with the AR.
Have you ever seen him shoot it
I've seen him shoot it up north, yeah.
at like your property or at the
Yeah,
range?
property.
Okay. Is it a standard AR or 223 or is it a,
It's 223 and 5.56, but it was loaded with 223s.
who loaded it?
It's been loaded. The clip has been loaded for ever since we went up north last time.
How long was that?
2-3 months.
Okay. So you've seen him shoot this gun before. It's technically his gun, but it's kept in your dad's name for right now, or is it your name?
It's in my name,
Okay.
but it's kept at my dad's house. He puts it in his safe.
Where did you buy it from?
So when we went up north, the time he was shooting it,
Yeah.
when we got there, we bought it. So he spent his money, but I told him it's going under my name.
Was it bought from a private sale or a dealer?
It was a dealer. It was Ace Hardware.
Do you know what county that's in?
I think, what's it? Ladysmith. So Ladysmith, Wisconsin. I believe that's Russ County.
This whole line of questioning too. This is another thing that has been ignored even to this day by the other side. That Kyle didn't purchase this gun illegally. He did. This is where the charge is coming from. This is why this fucking beats the self-defense claim. It's right here. This is another piece of information that has been out there for over a fucking year that people still want to argue about. This is insane. It's right here. This kid is making a statement that he bought the gun. Kyle gave him money so he could buy it. It's an illegal firearm purchase. People want to fucking argue about this and ignore this shit. It's crazy.
believe so. I might be wrong.
So, does he, you've seen him shoot it? Has he had any sort of formal training that you know of other than, this, he's shooting around with you guys?
Mm-hmm.
Got my camera?
No. Should be with,
Evidence?
yes, I'm sorry, that's exactly what it is.
Alright.
Um,
But
no,
he did own it.
yeah. Have you guys
He
hunted
gave
before?
Dominick
Oh, no,
his
we
money
planning on
to go
shooting up
illegally
together, but
purchase a
yeah,
firearm
I'd
for
have
him.
to take hunter safety first.
So
Which is as of yet.
that's all just, let's
Yeah,
fucking
we
ignore
definitely-
details and, you know,
Shot targets, include pigeons.
try to make excuses and
It's horrible.
justify why this is okay.
Takes practice. You gotta learn to lead it.
So I feel like to mess with them.
Yeah. So today, he asked if he could bring the gun out, because he really doesn't help protect these businesses, and like, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't really ask. You kind of assumed that you say yes. Or, I mean, I guess I was kind of, I don't know, I didn't, wasn't. I guess
Kevin, I'm gonna warn you,
I'm just gonna-
in your comments on my channel before, I took them, we don't applaud fucking death.
Yeah, buddy. No, we're gonna be a little bit.
You wanna talk about the case, you're more than welcome to. You wanna think that it's self-defense, you're more than welcome to. But we're not applauding fucking death. People lost their fucking lives. This is the second comment of yours I'm removing. You do it again and you'd be banned from the channel. You're gonna be able to comment over here. Go back to Sista's point here. Just because the gun is still in his name doesn't mean he still didn't illegally purchase the gun. It's the same thing if you bought the gun, it's still in your name, but it was purchased for me. It's still an illegal firearm sale. So again, that's just people, you know, trying to make excuses and justify why breaking the law with this kid is okay, but God forbid some fucking protester lights a building on fire. They're fucking criminals. That's the thing. Like, we're making excuses why some crimes are okay, whether this is self-defense or not. Whether
There's a lot of moving parts, unfortunately, and,
fuck the law, right?
right now, so I gotta-
So certain people believe, because we're watching all these videos, this is self-defense. So sure, I can see where you think that.
A lot of good information.
I get it. Have the law that comes into play.
How do you guys get to, like, where'd you park?
So I parked my car.
But you're ignoring
a little
the
past
fact
Roosevelt,
Bill
and we just
was
walked
engaged
to the place
in criminal
2
activity.
blocks away.
When you say Roosevelt?
But you think that
Or not Roosevelt.
that's
not
crazy.
Okay.
Luther
This is
Harborside.
53rd Street? Okay,
Yeah, Luther Harborside.
that's fine.
I'd rather hear your entire side fucking say, okay, yep, we don't condone the fact that he illegally bought a gun, because you're all fucking, you know, these Second Amendment fucking people, right? You want gun safety and fucking responsible gun ownership.
That's when we were just kind of just playing
right?
out what we're gonna do.
People carrying guns shouldn't be fucking crazy people.
Okay.
I'd rather hear you all say,
Charge.
we understand he fucking participated in a crime. He bought the gun illegally. He possessed the gun illegally. He did all this illegal shit with this gun. But then all this other stuff happened in Kenosha. I got to be careful what I say because I'm on that witness list. But all this other shit happened that night, and he happened to kill some people.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear you say, it's a fucking him or me situation. And despite what the law says,
Yeah.
despite the fact that he did do the crime and he shouldn't have done, it's a him or me. I'd rather hear you fucking people argue that. You might get more fucking respect that way.
Nick Smith.
How old is Nick, you think?
I believe 22. That's what I think.
Did Nick ever call you?
Just I have him on Facebook and like Snapchat. I don't have his phone number
And
personally.
he's on there as Nick Smith?
Yeah.
So after this goes down, he gets back to the old Goodyear second car mechanic shop now.
When you're engaged in the commission of a crime, it does take away your rights.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of
So
calm myself down. I'm trying to calm him down. But
Yeah,
he
it's stressful.
That's
just-
that's the
like I
point.
said, he just
But everyone
freaks
wants to
out.
ignore the
He's
law
quiet.
part of this.
Okay.
He's like, I'm going to jail for the rest of my life. I'm done.
If this was a black guy that killed a bunch of people,
I'm just like, hey man, look,
you guys would be saying the same, fuck him.
what I think.
Oh, he
shot.
broke the law. He bought that gun illegally. Another street thug buying illegal guns. That's what everyone would say. And they wouldn't care. Fry this motherfucker. He bought that illegally.
It'll be all fine. Just calm down.
But you guys want to fucking ignore that.
In your car?
That's crazy.
What kind of car were you in?
That's absolutely crazy. He was engaged in the commission of crimes with this fucking gun. End of story. And unfortunately for him,
AHD.
that takes away his claim to self-defense. Maybe he should have been 18. Maybe he should have purchased the gun a legal way.
So you guys get.
And then who the fuck has anything to argue about then?
So you guys driving that, you go straight to his house?
Straight here.
Straight to his house? or
His
here?
house. And then his mom was there, and then him and his mom went to go up here.
If that is how the law was written, then rioters cannot defend themselves. Well, that is how the law is written. And yes, there are people that go out there and they act like fucking morons.
His mom, what do you tell her?
There are a lot of people with guns that night that shouldn't have been fucking armed.
I just
Right?
try and calm everybody down.
Okay,
We know that.
what does Kyle say, his mom?
A lot of fucking people shouldn't have been armed. The law is written the way it's written. And that fucking hunting bullshit,
What does mom say?
that's not even, that doesn't even count.
I first feel like, well, so you got a choice. You got to get out of town, or you can bring yourself to the police office right now.
Okay, and he says, I wanna go in?
Yeah.
Why come here, just 'cause he lives here?
Yeah, it's 2 minute drive from here.
Okay.
And his mom was ordering us to come home so she could deal with it.
Did
Or,
he
you know,
call-
and in all reality, the way the police station is in Kenosha at that time wasn't really the best place to go in all reality, and it just made sense since there is 2 minutes from here. It's like, dude, I'm just gonna drive out there, and your mom's gonna take you to the police station. I'm not gonna risk my life going to Kenosha.
The rights and everything?
Yeah.
Okay. During the drive, you guys talk to him?
Just trying to calm him down. It just changed up a little bit. He's like, dude, I actually think I shot that guy. It's just like all over the place. Like it's like I can't get a straight story in my head. But after sitting at home trying to think it out, I kind of understood what he was telling me, and that's pretty much what he told me at the beginning. I was trying to kick you off while I'm telling you, like, dude, I think I'm going to be more trouble than you because you defended yourself. In all reality, you're not supposed to have a gun under my name. I'm like,
And you understand it, I mean, right now, that's not.
yeah, but I didn't think that's how it was going to go down.
Yeah,
to be
but
honest with
I
you.
just want to be clear, you're not being arrested for that right now, or anything like that, don't stress that. This is about, what happened.
Yeah.
So you guys get to mom's house, does you guys take her car, or just?
If you're under 18, Kevin, then your means of self-defense, depending on what state and whatever you live in, they're already limited. What the fuck are you asking me? That's not my opinion. That's fact. I'm a fucking convicted felon. My fucking means of self-defense are fucking limited. Would you guys praise me if I was out there and I fucking killed protesters? Would you pray? Oh, or would I be attacked because I have a fucking criminal background? My means of self-defense are fucking limited. If you and I get into some shit and I shoot you, I'm fucked. I'm fucked because I can't legally possess a gun. And it's the same thing with Kyle, different circumstance, but same thing with him. He cannot legally possess a gun. He's not of age in this state. He doesn't have a FOID card in Illinois. So it's not my opinion that his means of self-defense should be limited. It's fact. People's means of self-defense are limited depending on their personal situation. His was limited. End of story. It's a fact. It's not a fucking opinion. You know, again, I mean, are you going to stick up for me if I ever get in a fucking situation and I end up shooting somebody and it's clearly a self-defense type situation and I didn't have a choice? Maybe they had a gun. I got the gun from them and had to shoot them or whatever the fuck it may have been. Am I going to be praised? Is everybody coming out of this to pay my fucking bail? His means of self-defense were limited. End of story. It's a fact, not a fucking opinion. And then it's even more limited when he buys the gun illegally. Under Wisconsin law, when you're engaged in the commission of a crime, your right to self-defense is out the fucking window. This maybe would be a different story. Maybe you guys would have a valid argument if the kid was fucking legal and bought the gun legally. Were you walking down the street when you were suddenly attacked and fired a firearm? No, but I was fucking shot at that night too. So, and I didn't go around beating someone's fucking ass for fucking shooting at me. I had shit thrown at me.
I stayed at the house with him and his sisters.
Okay, so when he comes to you, obviously he has his gun and he didn't give it to the officer, even though he may have tried or may not have tried, that's okay.
No.
He had the gun with him?
Yeah, he brought it inside. He went right back to where the ladder is in the back of the building, right there where they keep some extra cars.
Okay.
He took it off. He took the clip out. He set it on the truck. There's like a truck bed with a little flat top on it. Put the gun on there. I wanted to make sure he was being serious. I touched the barrel. It wasn't hot, but it was warm. The barrel was warm. And I ejected the last shell that was in the thing, and I put it back in the clip.
So the barrel was warm?
Yeah.
And what does that mean to you?
It was shot.
Okay.
But it wasn't hot, so I don't believe it was a shot as much as what I heard.
Okay.
That's kind of like my reasoning. Because shooting a lot, you know what I mean? If the barrel's hot, that gun's been shooting for a pretty good amount of bullets, you know what I mean? But if the barrel's warm and it doesn't even hurt my skin, I can grab it and hold on to it and walk with it in my hand like that. It didn't shoot that much, you know what I mean?
So the barrel's warm, it was definitely fired.
Yeah.
You said you ejected the magazine?
Yeah, I took the magazine out. I took the last shell out of the chamber and I put it back in the magazine so it wasn't laying on the ground.
And where's that magazine now?
The police took it.
Okay, so you ejected the magazine. Ejected a live round?
Yeah.
Was it live or was it fired on fired?
It was live.
Okay. So use a charging handle to cycle it?
No, it's a semi-automatic, so it reloads itself.
You get that light, so you check the magazine.
Oh, yeah, you have to pull the slide.
You
It
pull
pulls it out.
the
Yeah,
charging,
yeah,
okay.
the charger, yeah.
And you put that back into the magazine?
Yeah.
You know what kind of magazine it was?
It's a 30 round. It's the one that comes with the M&P.
You know if it was fully loaded?
It should have been.
Do you store it with one in the chamber?
No,
Okay,
never.
so you leave it,
I leave the clip in there, but nothing chambered.
okay. So it's not like some guns, like with my duty weapon, I have one in the chamber at all times, and then I have a 30 round or a 22 round magazine or whatever in it, right?
Yeah, no,
That
there's
23
never one
rounds
chamber.
goes to
Yeah,
22
so
rounds.
there's nothing in the chamber, and he
Okay.
smacks the 30 in there and leaves.
So it's not 30 plus one?
No.
Okay,
Not
at
at all.
some point during the night, he had to have charged that firearm?
Yeah.
Okay, using the
Yeah.
charging handle? Okay, so it wasn't 30 plus one as well as getting that?
No, it's 30 on the dot.
You know what brand the ammunition was?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest with you.
Do you remember if you bought it, your dad bought it?
I believe we bought it all the way out in Ladysmith.
Okay, so when you bought the gun maybe?
Yeah, I think so. We bought some there, but I also bought some when I bought mine down here at Jelinski's. But that was a long time ago, and I think I used it all myself.
How long was the gun bought?
I'd say 2-3 months ago.
See, too, with this statement and with the testimony by this kid, with Dominick's dad,
So,
same type of thing as underage
obviously
drinking
later
at a
in the-
fucking, and the
in the
parents get
morning,
fucked up for it
yeah,
and sued and blah 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 blah. That dad is fucked
yeah,
now.
hey, there's two guns.
I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah,
if there's
he
tons of
was- he
lawsuits
had
coming at
the
him
with a weapon
over
in.
this.
Yes, it's in my trunk. I got mine back there too.
Was it in the trunk of your Taurus?
Yeah.
Okay.
He put everything in there in a hurry. I took my gun apart and put it in my backpack so all the riders and everybody wouldn't see it and think I'm on the zombie.
Okay, so in trunk of Taurus, two guns.
Yes, sir. None of them loaded. All the clips are out of all of them.
Okay. Where was your magazine?
It was in my backpack, but the gun, the upper and the lower was both disassembled.
Okay. His gun's fully intact?
But the clip is out of the gun. There's nothing in the chamber.
Okay. So there's two separate guns, one's separate right now, one's all intact.
Mhm.
I noticed they have different optics on them.
Yeah, mine has the red dot, the true glow, and his
Okay.
is the green and red holographic. The bigger one. I wouldn't say this little peephole, whatever you call it, is bigger. The glass on it.
Holographic, you called it?
Yeah, it's a holographic.
So this part of the statement, this is important. So you guys heard in the testimony, if you guys were paying attention, right? The various people were testifying to the scopes on these guns and laser pointers and all of this type of shit, right? Again, fucking Binger basically argues for the fucking defense about this laser pointer, right? And these scopes, virtually that it's impossible for either one of these fucking idiots to be shining, a laser sight on protesters, down on the ground, right? So Binger's basically arguing for the defense. Never, not once though, brings up that there were actually laser things pointed down at protesters from the people on the roof, whether it was Dominick or it was Nick or whoever the fuck else was up there. Never brings up the gas canister that was thrown down at protesters. That's on my video. I filmed that. And so did other guys that were out there live streaming. We filmed that because it was a fucking commotion right there. And then we hear this testimony by all these militia guys that they were all carrying CS canisters. That canister was thrown from the roof down onto the ground to the protesters. And then the protesters threw it back up on the roof. And that was a fucking commotion. Binger doesn't talk about how the militia engaged in all of that first. He doesn't bring that shit up. It's insane. Why not? that shows that there were militia, including Kyle being there in that moment, witnessing this. They're talking about what the defendant knew or didn't know and blah, blah, blah. He was there, part of this whole thing, that this group of militia people were aggressive towards protesters. Binger doesn't bring that up, though.
I don't know the details of them, but I'm not sure what they show. But you're 100% confident that the way they're currently, the disassembled one is the one that you had online.
Yes, most definitely. Yeah.
Okay, and the one that
Before we went to my car, I took it apart. I took the clip out. I took the upper and the lower part. I put it in my backpack. The barrel was sticking out, and I put the clip in there as well. Nothing was loaded. So I don't feel, especially after that happened with a gun in my hand.
Okay.
It's just,
it doesn't look like there's a sling on his gun currently.
there's not.
Doesn't look like it.
He might have taken it off, but we both bought one today.
Okay. Where'd you buy him from?
Zelensky's.
Today?
Yeah.
What time?
I'm not exactly sure.
Did you ballpark it?
What's that?
Could you ballpark it? Like, was it like noon? Was it 1?
It's gotta be like 1 to 2.
Oh, it's early afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay.
They're both $10 a piece for the slings. They're the little cheap, cheesy ones. There's a good chance you could have took it off because it was really uncomfortable. I didn't take mine off, but I wrapped it around the stock because it was starting to hurt my neck.
Okay. But at some point he had a sling on it.
Yeah, he had one. For the majority of the night because that's what he walked up to the cop with.
Okay.
He dropped
Still
it.
hanging.
Yeah.
Okay.
One really doesn't have one?
I don't like it. But the Antioch guys, hey, look, these are the 2 guns, and that's what they currently have with their department right now. Those are the 2. Okay, and the disassembled one, for sure yours.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what brand they are?
They're both M&P Smith & Wesson.
And that was the holographic one when it was hot.
Yeah.
Fired. Did you ever look at the mag and see how many rounds have been fired?
I didn't. I wasn't trying to touch the gun that much.
But you did handle it after that.
I only set it on the truck and then just chambered it and put it back in the clip and then I set everything on the truck.
At some point, I might want to take what are called elimination samples from you. I'm not going to do it tonight, just because it's the hour of the day. But I think that's something you want to do.
What's that?
Basically, we take your DNA for just this case to say, hey, your DNA is on this gun, but it's not shot and like that. It's called an elimination because you are the only one who touched it.
Okay.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's down the road, but just making note of it, like, so you're not surprised if we ask for it.
Yeah.
It's nothing. In cases like this where it's given voluntarily, we don't put it into the national database, so it's not like it's stored for any reason. It's stored just for this case to say, we know for a fact he touched the gun, we are looking for his profile on the gun. That's all it is. That'll be later on, like I said, but I just want to let you know about that. Is there anything else he said to you that stood out that you can think of?
I know he was scared as if he was the one that shot some dude in the head.
Okay.
He doesn't know if it was him or somebody else.
Okay.
That's it.
What have you heard?
What do you mean?
Have you heard anything about this yet? Have you been following social media or the news?
I know a lot of people are trying to say he killed 4 people, but from all the videos I've seen, and looks like there's like 3 standpoints from the video.
Okay.
It looks like he possibly shot 3, but most definitely 2.
Okay.
But 3, I'm not 100% sure with.
Why did I say most definitely 2? What have you seen?
The 2 is when he was running in the road and 2 people were hitting him, and then he ended up on his back and he shot 1 and then shot 2.
Okay.
I saw that, but the other video, you can see the guy get shot in the head, but it doesn't exactly show him shooting him in the head. And there's also another person with the gun in that area, but he gets on the phone with me, and you can hear him while he runs up to me.
Okay, so I want to point this out too, and I've made a massive big deal about this. So this is technically August 26th, but we'll call it August 25th because this is a couple of hours after this shooting happens. Okay, Dominick is telling Detective Antaramian that there's another person with a gun, and I'm going to make a big deal out of this because we're the ones that fucking broke this story with Josh Zeminski and put pressure on KPD. So they knew about it August 26th. Okay. They know this. A couple of months go by. I'm digging into this because I heard a first gunshot. I've been looking at videos. It looks like there's somebody else that fired behind Kyle. And I've made no qualms about that. I've bitched that this motherfucker has not been charged with more. And I've said this on live, so I don't mind saying it again. Josh Zeminski is a direct result of why the next set of fucking chaos happens. I've said that a million times. And it pisses me off that he's only charged with disorderly conduct, use of a firearm. So I know originally he had several more charges. Those charges were dropped. What sounds like from sources inside of KPD is that the charges were dropped because he turned state witness. And then we knew that KPD knew the identity of Josh Zeminski. They originally heard Alex Blaine, and then they knew it was Josh Zeminski. Okay. They knew that for 2 months. And then I come out with my video, which is on the page. We kind of publicly did this whole thing. I didn't know Kelly Zeminski at the time. We were still trying to figure out who the fuck that was. But we knew his alias, Alex Blaine. We found, his Facebook pages. We knew his real name, Josh Zeminski, his fucking Pornhub account. We even found his dark web, crazy shit. We released a lot of stuff. It's a long video. It's kind of cringy to watch, but there's a lot of valuable information in there. But we released that. And then with some of our videos, like we did with the National Guard member that was out there burning the fucking city down, there's people in Kenosha that get pissy, and then they contact law enforcement. Law enforcement looks at my fucking video footage, whatever. Then the kid gets arrested. Okay. And then mainstream media doesn't pick it up for 2 weeks later once he bonds out. Then I get called down by Antaramian because of all my fucking footage from the 25th. And I got to give my fucking statement, which is why I'm on this fucking witness list. And no, I'm not subpoenaed. And no, I'm most likely not testifying in this fucking trial. But I get called down to give my fucking statement. A lot of questions about Josh Zeminski. And it's because of everything we found, right? And then after my interview, after footage that they reviewed, I have a lot of footage of Zeminski. A lot. I have a lot. And Kelly. And then he ends up getting picked up within a week or so and charged with arson. So, that's the one thing. I've said it again, and I'll repeat it. This motherfucker, Kyle's got charges of reckless endangering safety for Richie McGinnis, which I definitely don't think the state has fucking proved. So that charge is gone. But why the fuck doesn't Josh Zeminski have a reckless endangering safety with the use of a firearm? Why not? That dude's not even supposed to have a fucking gun. But the point of this is that here Dominick Black is telling them somebody fired a gun behind Rittenhouse KPD knew all of these things. What the fuck?
So that's,
So you think it's pretty accurate in that that guy was bad?
it's unclear. I can't tell.
Uh,
The live video, so it's kind of blurry.
Gotcha. But I guess thinking of the time frame after talking to him, that probably the guy with the bat, first one.
Yeah, most definitely.
He's the first person he shoots had a bat.
Yeah.
They chased him and he defended himself on the ground.
Yeah.
So would be one that presumably had a bat.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But-
and you can't see the video, you can't see the video.
But
Just asking.
what's weird to me is that in the video, the dude gets shot. I don't know if he has a bat in his hand or not, right? But there's somebody else by him. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And Kyle's all the way over here, and this guy didn't charge Kyle.
Okay.
It's weird.
Makes you wonder why Kyle would have shot him.
Yeah, but I don't know if Kyle did shoot him. That's the thing. It's like confusing because he came running at the camera guy on the phone with me saying, I shot somebody.
Okay.
But it didn't look like he shot him. You know what I mean? It looked
Chaotic, I mean, who knows?
it's a confusing video. I don't like it.
So, we have this database we can use where basically we test fire firearms,
Mhm.
and it'll tell us if certain rounds came out of that one.
Yeah.
When we take this gun, you're saying is the one he had that night, and you got everything on casing found on the scene,
Yeah.
they're gonna match up,
Most likely, yeah.
most likely, or
Unless there was somebody else shooting a different gun, but that's
if it's the caliber where we see him on video shooting, and the proximity cover the casing from this point,
yeah, that's it.
accurate to believe it's
Yeah,
most likely.
most definitely. My
Um,
gun did leave my side all night. So
Okay.
It was very nice.
That's why I wanna make sure it's not a chance we mix the two up, that
Yeah.
hey, the gun that you think you had all night was actually the one that was used in the shooting, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, I
Yeah,
haven't seen
just
the
make sure-
videos, but it sounds like
Make
it's
sure
pretty
he
obvious.
wasn't using the one in the backpack.
Okay.
That was mine.
I mean, I haven't seen the video, but it sounds like it's pretty obvious it's not you shooting, right? I mean, that's
Yeah.
not my concern.
Yeah.
But just wanna make
I
sure
was wearing this all night, so.
Okay. Did you ever get close to where the shooting occurred?
No, never. I stayed on that roof since 4 or 5 all the way till when I left.
What time was that, do you remember?
We left at, I want to say 1-ish? No, 12:40, I think. That's a little rough.
Well, you called them in at like 11:40, I think you said. Or he called
It
you.
must have been like 12:20 or something. I remember on the way here, I looked down at the clock on my car and it said 12:40, but it's a 25-minute drive.
Yeah, so at 11:45, give or take, is when you have the first call and he says that he shot someone. So, you think you got back here by about 12:45?
Yeah, probably about that time. It takes 25 minutes to get here from there.
And
but-
you gotta figure out if by traffic.
Yeah, traffic, more riding, and people that want to see it and whatnot.
Okay.
All the roads are closed off.
So you've seen 3 videos?
Yeah.
Do they all show the same thing? or-
Angles. One of the videos is pretty horrible. It doesn't really do any justice.
Mhm.
All you see him running down the street, and then it gets blurry and dark. You can't see anything, and all you hear is gunshots.
Okay.
The other one is a video of him getting hit to the ground or tackled.
Yeah.
And then he shoots the 2 kids that are trying to hit him and beat him with the sticks or whatever. I saw one kid with a skateboard. And the other video is confusing on seeing who shot him. But it makes it look like he shot him because he's saying, I shot somebody. That's the only way that would make me think he did it. Because I can't,
Admitting to it.
I don't see any gun flash. I don't see any gun smoke coming out of any barrel or anything. Place doesn't tell where the sound came from, the left or the right, you know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Well, to do with,
Yeah.
you know, in a city setting, especially acoustics with
Yeah, it's weird. It's a really weird video. I don't want to say he did it, but I don't want to.
No, I'm not. I apologize, it's been a long day. I'm not trying to say one way or the other, I'm trying to gather facts, right? I'm a fact finder.
Yeah.
That's what I do. I'm not here to assess blame or fault. I want to find out the facts of what happened and then present that to a Kenosha district attorney versus not versus state attorney. That's what I'm here to do. But obviously, we gotta figure out what happened.
Right.
That's what we're talking right now.
Yeah.
Your car's still here?
Yeah, the police had me drive here with
Okay.
them.
There's nothing else in it that,
No, nothing at all.
Okay.
Yeah, I took it all.
So if you don't mind, sit tight for me, I'm gonna make sure that they don't need you for anything.
No.
Right, I'm gonna make sure.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna drop you one of my cards.
Okay.
If you have any questions or concerns, I'm the type of answer I mean, Ben's fine, that's my first name. I'm the primary detective on this case. I'm investigating it. You might get calls from me. If you do,
Okay.
I usually call from my desk, which is a restricted number. Feel free to ignore it because you don't like getting restricted calls. I will always leave a voicemail if I call like that, saying, hey, look, man, it's Dominick, I want to talk to you if you got a few minutes.
Yeah.
We'll kind of get it squared away. Just to confirm.
I stay with them most of the time. So if you really wanted to find me and go to where I'm at, I'm most likely there.
Okay, but if I call you or text you on that number.
Yeah, that's
telephone,
gonna work, yeah.
I can always text that. Okay. I'm gonna touch base. So Faith is
Faith is his sister. My girlfriend is Mackenzie.
different.
Yeah, I guess she went to the kitchen or something.
I have no idea. I'll leave it out.
Thanks, there's no room.
Okay, yeah, so if you don't mind, man, hang out for me. I'll find out what's going on with them. I'll try to get that here quick, okay, man?
Okay.
I appreciate
Yeah,
it.
no problem.
Yeah, and then this pretty much seals the fate of Dominick Black over here, and then he's fucked, and then he gets charged with this weapons charge. So a lot of again, a lot of people have not watched this. I don't know why this shit's been up here for forever, but there's a lot of like really valuable information that he gives them. And the prosecution doesn't really use some of it that would actually help them. So what did you guys think about this statement that he gave to detectives compared to what you remember testimony being? All right, so Neil says that Kyle carrying the weapon itself is not provocation. No, and I would agree with you. However, and we've obviously only seen a handful of witnesses so far, but I know for a fact that there were several witnesses that came forward and made statements that Kyle pointed the gun at them, that Kyle made some type of threatening comment. It's in witness statement to law enforcement. We haven't seen any of those witnesses so far in this trial. Not a single one. No, but it would be relevant besides Rosenbaum because it shows, in arguing very poorly, it would show Kyle's mindset and intent. That's why, I mean, even the fight, you know, at the lake, the CBS video, that's all, you know, his mindset, which is insane that has not come into this trial. It's not been allowed because it would be allowed in every other murder trial, 100%. Nobody should argue that. We've seen that stuff in so many murder trials. They're picking apart all types of backgrounds and finding every criminal act somebody has done. I mean, they're doing it to the people that got shot. They're pulling their backgrounds. That gets talked about. Evil acts that they've done in the past. But, you know, we're not allowed to that when it pertains to Kyle. It's crazy. All those elements would be relevant because it does go to show mindset. But yeah, I mean, they kicked out a lot of stuff. There's a lot in you know, regular murder trials like that type of evidence that is brought in. Well, I mean, that's what the defense argued. But, you know, I do think there's a difference between, you know, between that, like the actions of Huber that night is what should be testified to. Whatever shit he did in his past should not. Whereas with Rittenhouse, you know, even if you kick out the fight that broke out with the sister, which nobody's paying attention to, that the second version of that footage that's going around is that a bunch of black people got out of a car and then fucked him up. So that portion there, maybe not the fight where he's blasting that chick in the face, but the second video where he gets beat up by black people, but then definitely the CVS video talking about, I wish I could shoot these looters. That 100% should have been brought into this trial. You know, and again, going back to this statement that Dominick made to KPD, I mean, there's definitely things in there that could have helped the prosecution, and yet they ignored it. Some of the verbiages that they're using. You know, and it's going to be interesting to see too, where you've got Binger testifying basically, you know, where it's really not common practice for like some of the stuff that he's doing, where he's talking about, you know, let me point out this person on the screen. Let me tell you who this is standing here, and this person's running over there. That's testimony, and the jury's not allowed to accept testimony from the attorneys. I haven't seen Kyle's team do that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I missed that a couple times. I haven't seen that though. But Binger's doing it left and fucking right. He's basically testifying. Whereas like a lot of that, even like the FBI footage, where he's got Howard up on the stand and they're talking about person of interest 1, person of interest 2. He should be asking Howard who these people are on the fucking video. But like Binger's testifying to all this. It's just, I don't know, it's really weird. I mean, it honestly, it does seem like it is being thrown by the way we're handling it. You know, I understand like he has to bring up, you know, this is going to bring up, right? I mean, there's no disputing Kenosha was fucking chaotic. There's no dispute about that. You know, there's no dispute it's a war zone. So I understand he has to head up some of this stuff before the defense gets a chance to, you know, really make it sound, you know, fucking even worse than it was. But
did there come a time in which you got to know an individual by the name of Kyle Rittenhouse?
Yes.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Can you point him out by where he's seated and what he's wearing?
Right there in the suit.
Indicating the accused. How did you come to know him?
Through his sister Mackenzie.
Can you tell us more about that?
I dated his sister. I would frequently go over to their house, and from there forth, I became friends with Kyle.
When you say go to their house, where was their house located?
Antioch, Illinois.
Now, we're going to talk about the night of April 5th, 2020. So I want to use that as a frame of reference. How long before that date had you known the defendant?
Roughly 9 months.
Was that the same period of time that you were dating his sister?
Yes.
And how frequently would you see the defendant during those 9 or so months?
About every day.
You mentioned there were times when you would go down to his residence in Antioch, is that right?
Yes.
Were there times when he would come to your stepfather's residence here in Kenosha?
Yes.
How often would that occur?
Weekly.
What sort of things did the two of you like to do together?
Everything as a kid. Hanging out, going to the lake, hunting, going up north, just everything you would do growing up.
You mentioned hunting. Is that something that you and your family are interested in?
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
We own property in Ladysmith. Every year growing up, I would go there with my stepdad and my brother and go hunt. Ever since I was a little kid.
When you say hunt, what sort of things would you hunt?
Deer, turkey, pheasant, rabbit.
Can you describe your family's property in Ladysmith for us?
Yeah, it's about, I want to say 13 acres of land with somewhat what we would call a shooting range. So there's like a big open gravel pit. And it's pretty secluded and private in the woods.
You mentioned the defendant was interested in hunting. Did you ever bring him along hunting up in Ladysmith?
I wouldn't say hunting. We did bring him once to go kind of just get a feel for hunting and shoot guns and just kind of get away for the weekend.
Do you remember when that was?
Yeah, I'm not. I don't remember where he said the dad was, but the dad had left
If I
and
said it
unlocked
was in
the
early
gun
May,
safe.
around May 1st of 2020, would that sound right to
Told
you?
these kids they could fucking have these
Now,
guns.
do you remember a time in which you and the defendant were up in Ladysmith and there was some discussion about purchasing a gun?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
We were going up and we had stopped at a store that was local to buy like clay pigeons and ammo. Kyle had also wanted a gun similar to the one I had. He did not, or I did not have the money for it. So he said he would pay for it. I told him that wasn't a good idea. He wasn't 18, but we came to an agreement to where he could have it once he is 18. It would be kept at my house until then. So it kind of went on from there.
What kind of gun was this?
An AR-15.
Did you have one of those already?
Yes.
Did the defendant see that gun that you had?
Yes.
How did
See,
it come to be that
he
you
doesn't
saw that
testify
gun?
like he said to Antaramian
When I
that
bought it,
Kyle
he
threw a
saw
temper
it at my
tantrum
house or,
because there
just
was an
opening
argument
from the
about
box.
buying the gun, and then Kyle threw a temper
And he
tantrum,
indicated to you that
and
he wanted
then
a similar
Dominick
type
said,
gun?
"Fine,
Yes.
fine,
Did
I'll get the
defendant say
fucking
anything
gun."
to you about why he wanted
Binger
such a
doesn't
gun?
bring that up.
No.
Now, you just mentioned the fact that the defendant was not 18. How old was he in May to August of 2020?
17.
And you discussed that he couldn't have a gun because he was 18. Is that something that you and the defendant actually talked about?
Yes.
Can you tell us about those discussions?
It was more along the lines of he would be 18 soon. I told him I didn't want to do it because I knew it wasn't, obviously he can't buy it legally. We did agree that it wouldn't be his until he was 18, and he was aware of that. And from then on, it did stay at my house.
So when you were up in Ladysmith, I think you said you went to a local store to purchase the gun. Is that correct?
Yes.
In whose name was the gun purchased?
Mine.
So you were the legal registered owner of the gun?
Yes.
Where did the money come from to get that gun?
Kyle.
After the gun was purchased in Ladysmith, did the defendant use it?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
We just target practiced. We bought a pretty good amount of ammo and just shot clay pigeons and just went to the woods on our property.
Now, you mentioned earlier there was some sort of, I think you said a shooting range on the property. Is
Yes.
that right? Can you describe that for us, please?
It's about 250 yards long. It's an old gravel pit that they used to use to obviously get gravel. It kind of just turned into the shooting range for us as a big open field.
Did you and the defendant shoot your AR-15s on that shooting range?
Yes.
You mentioned it was about 250 yards long. Did you have targets that far away?
Not entirely. It was, more at the time it was just like iron sights, so that wasn't a realistic range to shoot. We would set up clay pigeons hanging on trees at the end of the range and just kind of walk a certain amount of distance until we felt comfortable it was the right spot.
What would you say the farthest distance away would be that you shot targets at with your guns?
Say about 75 yards.
Were you successful in hitting what you were shooting at?
Not all the time.
I'm going to ask the detectives here to show you a couple of exhibits that have been marked as exhibits 27 and 28. And I'm going to have them handle them for safety purposes, but I'm going to have them hold them up and show them to you. And I'm going to ask you if you can identify them for us, okay?
Okay.
And I want to represent to everyone that these items are not loaded. There are no bullets or anything like that. I believe that Detective Antaramian is holding up what is been marked as exhibit number 27. Detective, is that right? That's number 27? Okay. Do you recognize that item, Mr. Black?
Yes.
What is that?
One of the AR-15s.
Do you know which one that is?
I believe it's Kyle's. I'm not too sure.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that yours and the defendant's look very similar to one another?
Yes.
Do you remember if there are any particular markings on one or the other that would help you to identify them?
The only difference was the sights.
What was the difference in the sights?
One of us had a bigger one. I don't remember which one it was.
Okay. I'll have the detective now show you the next exhibit, which is exhibit number 20.
I mean, he was pretty clear on the sites when he was talking to Antaramian. You know, and just to point out just something, it's odd to me. Maybe it's a normal thing or whatever, but like the detectives sitting at the prosecution's table, holding up the weapons. I've never seen that in
another item, which is exhibit
a
number
court
28.
case before.
Do you recognize that?
I don't know. That just seems
Not
odd.
from the last time I've seen both.
I've never seen
Okay.
the
And I
lead
noticed that the
detective
gun that
sit
he's
at
holding up doesn't appear
and
to
do
have a
this type
scope
of shit.
on it. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Showing around evidence. Like I've seen
AR-15s
prosecution
the type
do
of
that,
weapon where a scope
but
could
not
be added
the
to them if need
detectives.
be?
Yes.
I would think that would be
Okay. Thank you, detective.
harmful
Okay.
in the jury's
Grab that,
eyes towards the defense
Detective Antaramian indicates there's
when
a
you
scope
have
in the
these
box, so we're going to
detectives
show that
sitting
to you
there.
as well.
It's just weird shit. I don't know.
Maybe we could show Mr. Black both of the scopes, and you could tell us if you recognize which one might be yours. So, I believe Detective Antaramian is showing you one of the scopes. Are you able to recognize if that's yours or the defense?
It's believed that they
So that
spent the
scope
night
came,
at Dominick's
you believe,
house.
from the defendant's gun?
I think there was some
Yes.
testimony
And, if you
that
recall, thank
now
you,
all of a
Detective.
sudden they
The
weren't.
other weapon that
Dominick
we
wasn't
had that had a
sure were
scope
they
on it.
whose
Now that
fucking
you've seen
house
this
they
other
went back
scope,
to,
does
if
that make
Kyle
you remember
slept
which
there or
gun was
not.
which?
Yes.
Okay. The other gun that we showed you, which is exhibit 27 with the scope attached on it, was that your gun?
Yes.
Okay. So these two exhibits, 27 and 28, are 27 is the first one is your AR-15, and the second one is the defendant's. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move exhibits 27 and 28 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Can you help us understand, Mr. Black, why you were interested in having an AR-15?
I kind of wanted like a personal project. I had mostly only had hunting guns, and I wanted to try something new to target shoot. I have a lot of family with guns like that. They kind of find it a hobby to build them up and put different attachments on them. So I figured I would try and get into it as well.
How long had you owned that AR-15?
I want to say 2-3 months
Before May or before August?
before May.
Okay. And in that time period, had you made any modifications or additions to the gun?
Just the scope.
I assume if life had kept going forward like normal, you would have continued to do so?
Yes.
We're going to talk a little bit in a few minutes about the night of August 25th. Other than that night, was there ever a time in which you went out in Kenosha holding or carrying that AR-15?
No.
How would you normally store or carry around that weapon if you did?
In my arms. I mean, if I'm driving, it would be, disassembled in the back of the car, unloaded.
Maybe I was not clear on my question. I believe you said that up until the night of August 25th, you hadn't went out armed with that AR-15 in Kenosha. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
When you did have it with you in Kenosha, was it disassembled in the trunk of your car?
On the way there, yes, but once we had arrived, no.
Where did you normally keep your gun on a daily basis?
Locked up inside the house,
Whereabouts inside the house?
in the safe,
Where was that safe located?
in my dad's room.
Did you have a key to that safe?
No.
Who did?
My dad.
When you wanted to get your AR-15, did you have to get your dad's permission?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, when you say dad, that's technically your stepdad?
Yes.
See, and this is where I don't
So,
believe
for
some of
example,
Dominick's,
in May, when you went up to
statements,
Lady
even
Smith with the defendant,
even
who
with the
came
police,
along with
where he's like, "Well,
It
I
was me,
didn't know Kyle had the
my brother
gun. I
Ray,
didn't know he had taken
My
it,"
friend Cody.
and he's going to
and
testify to that
Kyle's
too.
sister.
Do you remember
And,
approximately how long you
that's
spent
all
up there?
going to be
I want to
lawsuit
say it was
stuff.
the weekend.
There's a lot of civil
When you
lawsuits
went
that are
up there, I
filed,
assume you brought your AR-15.
and
Yes.
you're going to
Did
start seeing
anyone
more
else
people
bring any other
added to
guns along with
these
them?
things.
Yes. We also brought like a 12 gauge hunting shotgun, and then I think my friend brought his little 22 pistol.
And I think you said earlier that your dad, your stepdad, and your brother were also interested in hunting?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many rounds you and the defendant would have fired off at that firing range up at the property in Ladysmith when you were there that weekend?
A lot. I would say 100, 200.
May I approach your honor?
But like, listen to a lot of the questions that Binger's going to ask Dominick. Listen to
Mr. Black, I'm going to show you a document.
I don't even know how to put this, but there's so many questions that he asks that are like, why are we talking about this? This really has
Do
nothing
you
to do with that
recognize the
night.
photograph on
This
that
is just
document?
dumb shit. You're
Yes.
confusing
Who is
people.
shown
There's
in
no
that
relevance
photograph?
to it.
Kyle.
Was that a photograph?
And maybe
that
that's
was
why
taken
Richards
when
isn't
you
really
and the defendant
objecting.
were up in
Neither one of
Ladysmith,
these attorneys are
around May
objecting to a
1st
lot of
2020?
Yes.
But there's
Does
other
that
questions that
photograph
Binger is
show the
asking
defendant holding his
that
AR-15?
are very
Yes.
helpful
Your Honor, I'd move
towards the
exhibit number
defense,
7
where it's
into
like,
evidence.
why did you have to ask that question?
May I
let
publish
let
that to the jury,
Richards
Your Honor,
ask
on the screens?
that question.
Sometimes these TVs are too smart for us. Could you turn that one on too, Natalie? And then could you input for number 1, please? Sorry.
Right, and that's the thing too. There's a lot of police statements that aren't referenced. 4 doors.
Mr.
more
Black, do you
doors.
recall what day that photograph was taken when you
Is
were up
this
there?
TikTok? 4
I
doors,
want to
more
say the
horse.
same day we arrived.
Oh my god!
Does that photograph
fucking kid,
show
bro.
in the background there the property
What
that
the
your
fuck?
family had up in Ladysmith?
Holy shit!
And do you remember who it was who actually took that
Yeah,
photograph?
and that's what I'm saying. There's
Who
so
was it?
much that's not
Cody.
referenced.
Do you remember if that was
And
before or
questions that
after
are like,
you and the defendant
why the
went to
fuck are you
firing
bringing
range?
this up? Let
It's
them
before
bring it up,
Okay.
and then you counter.
Thank you. Now, after you and the defendant returned to Kenosha from Ladysmith, and the defendant, that you purchased this gun for the defendant, what happened to the gun after that?
It was locked up in the safe.
Which safe is that?
The one in the garage. It was the one that required a code to open.
That's the garage at your father's place?
Yes.
Here in Kenosha?
Yes.
Stepfather? I'm going to use that interchangeably, but technically that's your stepfather, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Judge. Did you have a code to open that safe?
No.
Who did?
Only my stepdad.
So the defendant didn't either.
No.
Why didn't the defendant take that AR-15 back to Antioch with him?
Because we had an agreement that he wouldn't do that.
What was the reason why?
He was 17.
Was the defendant accepting of that? Did he understand that?
Yes.
Do you recall having any discussions with his mom about that?
Not me personally.
I want to talk about the time period between when you came back from Ladysmith in early May and the night of August 25th, 2020. In that period of time, did the defendant ever possess that AR-15?
No.
On the day of August 25th, 2020, the day when all this stuff happened, did he possess that gun?
Yes.
How did it come to be that he gained possession of that gun on August 25th?
My dad had took a lot of the weapons we had out of the safe due to all the rioting and stashed them inside the house in case somebody were to come break into our house. And that gun happened to be one of those weapons.
Do you know how the defendant took possession of it that day?
I do not. All I'm aware of is that it was downstairs.
When did you first see the defendant with that weapon that day?
When I was in the kitchen. So about, I want to say a few hours before we left.
And tell us what you saw when you were in the kitchen.
I saw him coming up the stairs with it.
With the AR-15?
Yes.
Did you hear him ask you permission to take that gun?
No.
Did you hear him ask permission from your father?
No.
When the defendant came upstairs with that gun, what, if anything, did he do with it?
I believe he set it down on the table and started looking for medical supplies.
What do you mean by medical supplies?
Like bandages, rubbing alcohol, certain things like that.
Do you know why he was doing that?
Yes, in case somebody was hurt downtown.
We've seen some photographs that night of the defendant with a bag that looks like a medic bag. Do you remember him having that night?
Yes.
On that night? Do you know what was in that bag?
All the medical
See, like,
supplies he was gathering.
even this
Those
was,
medical supplies
I
gathered
don't
from
know.
your
I
house?
understand they're
Yes.
trying to paint this
Do you know
picture
if the
of Kyle
defendant
being
got
a
any medical
liar and
supplies from
he lied about being an
Walgreens
EMT.
or any other
But
store
we're
or
spending
anything
so
like
much
that, or
time
was
on
it
this
just all from
fucking
your
medical
house?
bag. I have
know
a
there wasn't
bigger
really from any
medical
store,
bag in the
but
backpack
I'm
I
unaware of
carry, and
anything
I'm a
that happened
fucking
after
journalist.
We had gotten
Like, I don't know. For me, I was just like,
So
bro,
I
enough
believe
with
you
the
described
fucking
that the defendant
doctor
took
bag
the
here.
gun into the
Like,
kitchen,
the kid's
put it
got
on the
bandages.
table. He was
Shut the
gathering
fuck
some
up.
medical supplies. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We proceeded to get ready, and then we went down to the lake.
When you say we, who do you mean?
Me and Kyle.
Where did you go when you went down by the lake?
At first, we had parked by a friend's house, and then we walked to, I want to say, the back parking lot of Ruther.
And what did you do there?
We met up with our friend Nick, and then we proceeded to go to the car source locations.
When you say Nick, do you mean Nick Smith?
Yes.
When you say car source locations, we've heard some testimony about 3 different locations. Can you help us understand which one you're talking about?
The first one we went to was the one that would be closest to us right now. So further south.
I apologize. I was a little distracted there. Can you tell me again, which was the first one you went to?
The one that was further south.
63rd and Sheridan? Does that
Yes.
sound right? And when you say we went there, was that the defendant, you and Nick Smith?
Yes.
What happened then?
Then we met the owner once again, and he gave us a ride to the north location and dropped us off.
Okay, I'm sorry. You met
Well,
the
that's the
owner
thing
once
is that
again.
he's
When was
not
the
a
first
trained
time that
medic.
you
He's
met
just, he's a lifeguard.
Previously in the day,
So, he
I
may
wanna say
have
it
some
was morning
drowning,
time
you
when we were cleaning up all the
know,
graffiti.
training, things like that.
So
But
maybe
as
I've
far
jumped
as
around a
a
little bit, so I wanna make
actual
things
medic
clear.
or an
Look at
EMT,
it this
anything
way.
like that, he wasn't. So, and that's what I'm saying. Like, they spent so much time on the fact that this kid lied about being,
Let's
a trained EMT.
I apologize. It's my fault. I kind of jumped in the
Where
middle
it's
of
just
the day.
like-
So I want to start at the beginning of that day.
It was
That
just a lot of
Tuesday, August
questioning
25th,
on that
2020,
subject.
The day that all these things happened. So let
they
me
could have
back up
asked,
for a little bit so we can kind
was
of
Kyle a
chronological
trained
order
EMT?
and
No, he
easier
was
for
not.
everybody to follow.
Okay, done.
The Monday night into Tuesday.
How come the medic bag?
Did you stay
Well,
at
in
your
case
own home?
somebody got hurt.
Yes.
Did the
I mean,
defendant
fuck,
stay
dude.
there as
Again,
well?
I carry a bigger
I do
medical
not
bag
recall.
than he does, with
Do you
way
remember
more
when the first time would have
shit
been
in
that you
there
would have seen him
than
on
he
Tuesday
even had.
morning?
I carry it in
I don't
case
know
somebody gets
specifically
hurt,
what
in
time
case
it
I
was
get hurt.
before noon.
When
Gives a
you
fuck
saw
about the
him, was
medical
it at your
bag.
house?
Yes.
What happened when you first saw him? What did the two of you do?
Me, him, and my brother Ray.
But,
decided to go down to the lake and kind of just.
I don't know.
look
They're,
at
they're,
how
they're
things
trying to
were.
show him being a
And from
liar
there on, we
about
decided to go
many
to the lake.
things that night.
When you say you went down to the lake,
Just
do you
a
mean
lot
the
of
actual
fucking
beach
time spent.
lakefront, or do you mean downtown?
Downtown.
Where did you go when you went downtown the first time?
We parked right next to the car source location that had already been burnt down, and then we walked across Sheridan to Ruther.
I'm gonna, may I approach, Your Honor? I have a map here of the area, and I'm gonna try and prop it in such a way that we can all see it. I wish I had an easel, but I don't right now. Mr. Black, I'll be a human easel for a moment. This shows the area of downtown, beginning on the north at 58th Street and going down to the south at 63rd Street. Sorry, Karen. And the area along Sheridan Road there. Do you see that, Mr. Black?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
I'm going to ask you that, what happened to our easel, do we know?
Well, they're
Back here?
upstairs.
Okay, and then put it, because right now the defendant can't see it, and I'm required to ensure that he does, and also I can't see it either. Now, and then also, once we get that, then,
Bro, and then you got this fucking guy with this fucking judge.
Is that okay?
Swear to
We're
God,
ready
with
for
this
these?
judge.
Yeah.
you can continue with examination on something else,
It's
or you
right.
can wait. There we are. Put it
Right,
down.
and radio's right, and that's again, that's the point. They're trying to like really point out that, you know, he lied about multiple things that night. He shouldn't have. I'm just saying, it was so much fucking time spent on that. It's ridiculous. Yeah, just send me an email, Neil. I don't mind coming on and doing debates with people and whatever the fuck. Just, you know,
okay,
I
thank you,
have
Judge. This
conditions,
makes it a lot easier.
but
Mr. Black, I put a little laser pointer.
Send
right
me-
in front
send
of
me
you
an
there.
email and
Could
we'll
you
set it
use
up.
that and show us on this map? I'm going to focus in on the first time you say you came down with the defendant, and I think you said, was there anyone else with you the first time, or was it just the two of you?
No, it was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
There's another if you like. No, then you could,
Oh.
if you want.
Yeah.
Or you can use the one Sister Marcia gave me.
I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon, so I'll use it as a laser pointer. So, thank you.
seeing like the fucking jokes. I don't want to be accused of using a dangerous weapon.
Oh, there's-
Like, just on his part, like, is that a fucking slight
Could you
towards,
please use that
you know,
laser
the
pointer
defendant?
and show us
It's just
on this
weird
map?
shit all
You said
around
you
in this
parked
fucking
near
courtroom
one of
from
the car
everybody.
source locations when you first
I've never
came
seen
down.
shit
Yes.
like
Can
this
you
before.
point out where that was?
About right. Say right here.
And for the record, you are pointing to an area that is, I believe, on 59th Street, just east of Sheridan Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And on this map, there's a label there of
Right, and that's the
car
thing
source
too. Like,
location
Binger's over here
at
making
that
fucking
intersection.
jokes. The judge
At
has
that
made
corner.
jokes.
You see that?
Everyone in this fucking courtroom is laughing.
Yes.
Okay.
The
You described
defense
one of the
attorneys
car
are
source
constantly
locations as
laughing.
one that had been
Schroeder has
affected
laughed
by the
many
events of the
times.
previous night, and I'm not sure
Everyone's
what you
laughing.
exactly
Like,
used,
this is
but,
just funny
can
to
you
fucking everybody.
describe for us
And
when you were
regardless,
at
if the
that
kid
particular
is
car source location,
innocent
which is
or
on the
guilty or
northeast
whatever,
corner of
people
59th
fucking
and Sheridan,
died.
what did you
Like, none of it's funny.
Every car was burnt to ash.
Whether he's
There's
innocent
a
and
lot
it
of
was
garbage and
self-defense,
graffiti
or he's
everywhere.
guilty and he's a fucking murderer,
Now,
people
there's a
fucking
structure
died.
on that property,
And even people that
an
didn't
office of
die,
some sort.
people that were just
Did
on the
you
fucking
observe that
street in
office
the
as well?
chaos
Yes, it
of
was
being
burnt
shot
down.
at
Did
by
you look
not only
inside?
him but
No.
fucking everyone else that's firing bullets at
Is
night.
it fair to say that
Like, people are
every
fucked up
car
over
in
that.
lot was burned?
And these clowns in this
to the
fucking,
check
everyone's
seat
laughing.
almost.
Yes.
Ha ha ha, it's funny.
Now,
None of this
you
is
indicated
funny.
you parked near there and looked at that location. Is that correct?
Yes.
What did you do next?
From then we walked to, which is down.
I mean,
Harborside.
even like another channel that
And
I
on that map, can
record
you
on
show us
and
where that
whatever,
would
and
be?
you know, more hiking stuff and things like that. But you know, I had
don't
talked about it
know
on
if
that
it's on the
channel.
map
My
exactly.
feeling,
It would be
fucking
more
tears coming out of my
south up
eyes.
there.
It fucked me up that night.
When you
Never
say south,
never
is
been
it
in that
actually north?
situation. These guys want to fucking laugh.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So you're talking about the area near Ruther High School,
Yes.
which would be right across the square from where we're at right now.
Yes.
And why was it that you walked in that direction?
We noticed there was people cleaning the graffiti, and that was my old school, so we decided to go help.
Did you help?
Yes.
And what did you do to help?
Scrubbed the walls.
Did the defendant help as well?
Yes.
And how much time did you spend doing that?
I want to say 2 hours, about 2.5 hours.
Did you have any supplies on your own to use to clean, or did people already have some?
They had some. I personally left by myself to go get sandpaper, and then I came back to try it.
I've never tried to clean graffiti off the wall. How does it work?
Not very well.
No, I appreciate your efforts. What happened then after that?
From then we went back to the house and went home.
So you got back in your car and drove back to your house,
Yes.
and your brother came along.
Yes.
What happened then?
From then, that's when we ended up getting the guns.
Now, we talked earlier about a time in which the defendant came upstairs into the kitchen with his gun. He started to gather some medical supplies. Are we at that point in the chronology?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just want to make sure I've got everything in order. Then let's go forward from there. What happened after the defendant was gathering medical supplies? He had the gun in the kitchen. What happened then?
As soon as we were ready, we went down to the lake, and that's when we parked at Nick Smith's house.
And I don't know if it is on that map or not. Is his house located somewhere in that area?
Yeah, it's not on the map, but it would be if the map was up more.
Okay. If the map was up
If the
more?
map were up more, yes.
Okay. So your friend Nick Smith lives somewhere near this area. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, behind Ruther.
Okay. And you went to his house. Is that right?
Yes.
Who came with you?
Just me and Kyle.
Did you have your guns?
Yes.
Did you have any ammunition for your gun?
Yes.
You personally?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
We've had some discussions at various points already in this case about a strap or some sort of device for retaining the gun. Did you have that type of item with you?
Yes.
And did the defendant?
Yes.
Do you know how those were, how you acquired those?
Yes, from Jelensky's.
When did you do that?
I want to say the middle of that day, in between us getting back from cleaning up graffiti and before we left.
So earlier you described coming down, looking at the burnt out car source location, going over to Harborside or Ruther and cleaning up some graffiti, and then leaving the downtown area. Is
Yes.
that right? Is that when you went to Jelensky's?
We did stop at the house first, and then I believe it was like an hour until we did go to Jelensky's.
When you say we, who all went to Jelensky's?
Just me and Kyle.
What was your purpose in going there?
To get a sling,
Why did you want a sling?
so we didn't have to hold it the entire time we were walking.
Do you recall if you and the defendant both got the same kind of sling?
Yes, we did.
Who actually went in and purchased the sling?
Kyle.
And after that, leaving Jelensky's, did you then go back home again?
Yes.
And that's when you acquired, or the defendant acquired the gun and the medical supplies?
Yes.
Okay. And then
So,
after that.
Okay, so that
you
question
back
right
down.
there, who went in and
Is that
bought
right?
the sling?
Yes.
It's
Where did
relevant
you go
because
when
he's
you did
buying a piece of
We
gear
went to Nick
for a
Smith's,
weapon
and then
he's
we
not
met
legally
him
allowed to
at the
own.
Ruther parking lot. And
That's
from
it.
then on,
Shut
we
the
walked
fuck
to
up
car's
then.
first location.
There's hours of
Now,
sling
I wanna stop you for
conversation.
a second because
Nobody
you made a
cares.
mention earlier of
You
the
made your
owner
point.
of Carson.
Enough with the sling.
Do you know that person's name?
I believe his name was Sam.
When, if at all, did you encounter him on that particular day?
We encountered him twice that day. The first time when we were cleaning graffiti, on our way back to the car, when we were leaving, we stopped and talked to him. And then after we had met with Nick later that day, he had brought us to Car Source to meet with him again.
So let's talk about the first time. You described cleaning graffiti at Ruther, which is kind of at the north end of this map. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And then you encountered the Sam on your way back to your car, which I believe you said was parked at 58th and Sheridan by that first Car Source location.
Yes.
Where in that process did you physically meet Sam?
On the corner next to Car Source, not the one that had originally got burnt down, but the next one over across the street.
Can you please use your pointer to show us where that was?
About right at the corner right there.
You're pointing to the southwest corner of the intersection of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you, at this particular moment when you were meeting with Sam that day, did you observe the condition of that particular car source location?
Yes.
How did it appear to you?
It wasn't entirely destroyed, but there were some cars that were damaged.
When you say damage,
See, and like
what
this
damage
is
was
exactly what I'm talking
like
about.
kicked
Why
in
the
doors and
fuck
hoods
does
and
he need
shattered
to ask
windshields.
these questions?
Did there
These are
appear to be any
not
fire damage?
prosecution
No.
questions.
What
This
about
is
the
what
building?
Richards
Did you make
or
any observations
the other
of that?
guy, I can't pronounce
was
his
just
name.
boarded
This
up.
is the questions that they should
And when
be
you talked to
asking
Sam that first
about the
time,
damage done,
this first
about the
conversation, what
condition
did
of
you talk about?
Kenosha, the
We
fucking chaos that was
basically just
fucking
talked
happening.
about
Why
the
is
defamation that
Binger
he had
asking this shit?
in his last, the one that had actually burnt down, and how much money he lost, and how deeply he would be in case all his other buildings did burn down.
And was there anything more that you talked about with him?
We did exchange phone numbers in case he needed any help.
Did you feel at that point like you wanted to help him?
I mean, my help was definitely there, but I didn't offer any help at that point.
Do you know if the defendant did?
I'm unaware.
And when you say exchange phone numbers with Sam, did you personally give him your number?
Yes.
Do you know if the defendant did?
Yes.
And then you said, we're going to fast forward a little bit because we've covered some of the intervening time period. You said at some point you came back down later, you parked at Nick Smith's house, and I think you said you went to the Ruther parking lot.
Yes.
And then at some point you said you went down to Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Which Car Source did you go to after you left the Ruther parking lot?
The one that would be closest to Ruther, on the same side of Sheridan.
Is it that same one we were just talking about on the southwest corner of 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Now, do you recall approximately what time of day it was that you came back downtown?
Let's say around 5 p.m.
And you and the defendant both had your guns with you
Yes.
and those straps?
Yes.
And I believe you said you had ammo too?
Yes.
When you met with Nick Smith in the Ruther parking lot, was there anyone else there besides the three of you?
There was some other people that we didn't know that had also showed up.
And from there, you said you walked to the Car Source at 59th and Sheridan?
Yes.
Why did you go there?
We were kind of just following Nick. Halfway there, we found out that we were meeting the owner Sam again.
Did you actually meet the owner Sam again?
We met his brother, so the other owner.
Where physically on that map can you use the pointer to show us where you actually met with the brother?
There.
So you're pointing again to that Car Source at 59th and Sheridan
Yes.
on the southwest corner?
Yes.
When you met with him, do you remember, were you in the building? Were you outside?
We were outside.
Do you remember what you talked about?
We just talked about pretty much how to get in if we needed to, and then Nick, if there was any way to get on the roof, and if there was any keys we needed to get inside.
Why were you having this discussion with the brother at that time?
Pretty much just to know where to stand, to make sure that a lot of us were safe and what we were allowed to do, and if we were allowed to go inside the building in case something happened.
So it sounds like there was some discussion of physically staying at that location.
Yes.
Why?
That's one of the locations we didn't want to end up burning down.
Was it your intention then to stay and protect that Car Source location?
Yes.
Was that something that the defendant was also planning to do, as far as you know?
Yes.
What about Nick Smith? Him too?
Yes.
Now, when the three of you, the defendant, and Nick Smith meet with this brother at that Car Source at that time, was there anyone else involved in protecting that location at that time?
Just the people we had previously met with at Ruther. They weren't exactly in the conversation with who was going where at the time.
What happened after you met with the brother at that Car Source?
Me, Kyle, and Nick had got a ride from the brother to the, I want to say, south location, and then he had dropped us off there.
Could you please use your laser pointer to show us on the map where the south location is that you're talking about? And you're pointing to the Car Source location that is at the northwest corner of 63rd and Sheridan, is that right?
Yes.
See, and
You said
I don't
his
even
brother
agree with
gave you a
Binger
ride in his car
asking
down
this
there?
line of
Yes.
questioning
When you
because
got down
Binger
there, did
needs
his brother
them
stick
to
around, or did he leave?
testify
He stayed for about 30
that
minutes and then he left.
they didn't
Did he meet
have
with anyone?
Yeah, that's
permission
when a
to
lot
be
of
here.
people that we didn't really know
Because
that
you know
came
he's
from out of
trying to
town or
show
other
and very
cities to
poorly
come help.
doing it, but he's trying to
As
show
you sit
how
here today, do you
all
remember the
these
names of
out
any
of
those
towners
people?
came here for all
Very
this
few.
fucking chaos, and that's why the city was
What
just
was
a
gonna be the
fucking
plan
war zone because of
for
out of
that night?
towners. He needs
The
to
plan
paint
was
them all as
to have
out of towners.
a decent amount of us split up between
This
the two
is like line of
locations,
questioning,
then
and
kinda
we
stay
see
there
this
and make sure
later
nothing
on
bad happened.
with the car source
Which
owners who
location were
both
you
lied
planning
out
to
their
go to?
asses.
The one closest to Luther.
The one up at 59th?
Yes,
That's
What
where
about
the
the defendant?
defense needs to
he was fine
show
with me.
that this
So the two of
was
you were
allowed.
assigned
They
to protect
had
the
permission. They
59th
gave them
Street
keys.
car
They
source.
gave them the ladder.
Was there another group
It's
that
like-
was going to be assigned to guard the 61st
I don't
Street
know why
car
he's
source?
doing this.
Yes.
This doesn't make
Do
sense
you
to
know
me
who any of those people were?
No,
because he's
Were
asking all
those
these questions, and
people
it's
there
he needs them to
in
say
person
no
when you guys
to
were
prove
making
his
these
point,
plans?
and that's not
Yes.
happening. And he just keeps
So as far
going.
as
He
you
keeps
could tell,
going with his
everybody
line of questioning.
understood who was going to be at one location and who was going to be at the other?
yes.
What did you do next?
Then we walked to the car source location closest to Ruther.
Once you got there, is that where you personally stayed for the rest of the night?
Yes,
And again, you had your gun,
yes,
and the defendant had his as well.
yes.
Tell us about what you did when you were at 59th Street Car Source.
I had climbed the ladder and got on the roof of the building to kind of just watch out for people, and that's kind of where I stayed all night.
Why did you decide to go up on the roof?
I kind of didn't want to be in the mix of a lot of problems. I didn't want to, I didn't want to get hurt. I didn't want to cause any problems. Figured it would be a lot safer up on top
Why did you bring your gun?
in case something bad did happen and I needed to protect myself.
When you say something bad happened, what were you worried about happening?
That might be
Anything,
Spicy
being
Peach,
shot
because
at,
they're even like
somebody
the
coming up
question
on the roof
with like
and
Binger
there's a
asking
ladder in the back,
Detective
so
Howard, like, do you
anybody
know
could get
who
up.
was in that sheriff's Bearcat
Anything,
that gave the
So if someone
water?
climbed up on the
Like,
roof,
like
Would you be using
none of
it?
that is fucking relevant in
not
this
really.
case.
I mean, it
The
depends what they
cops
were doing.
giving them water. Thanks for
you
none of
talked
that's
about
relevant
not
in this
wanting
case.
to be on the
But
ground
your
because of,
comment there,
you're
prepping
concerned
for
about
civil lawsuits
things
against the
happening on
city.
the ground.
That's
Did
what
you
a lot
feel
of
that if you
questioning
stayed on the
does
ground,
sound
you
like,
would be in
is
greater
that
danger?
they're
Yes.
trying to they're trying to
Why was that?
cover their own asses too.
People could easily get
So
access
yeah,
to
you have
hurting
a
me
point there.
or coming up closer to me.
When you say people, who are you
Anyone.
worried about?
Anyone riding, anybody that was there for the wrong intentions.
So what got it in your mind that night that you felt there would be people out on the street that would want to hurt you if you were down on the ground?
I had heard about the previous night and how it was, and I knew that there was a lot of people fighting each other and a lot of
Yeah,
violence.
Dominick's getting fucked.
So
I mean, this kid's
felt it
getting
would be
thumped on
best
his
that I
head
went
for
there
sure.
if I was going to go there, making sure that I could protect myself if I needed to.
But you were also there to protect the car source location.
Yes.
How were you going to do that from up on the roof?
I'm helping anybody else that was there. I'm spotting people that were throwing things.
And then what? If you see somebody throwing something, you had a gun, were you planning on shooting them?
No. I mean, when somebody sees a weapon, they're not going to want to start any problems, obviously. If I see somebody with a weapon, I'm not going to want to initiate a problem.
Was it part of your thought process that night that by having the type of weapon you did, that it would deter others from attacking you?
That's fair to say.
Were there others in your group at 59th Street Car Source besides the defendant who were similarly armed?
Yes.
How many?
Everybody except for one person.
And when you say everybody, how many people are we talking about?
6 or 7.
So it's fair to say that there were, other than you and the defendant, there were another 6 or 7 people that were all carrying AR-15 type.
Yeah,
weapons.
and
Yes.
you make a good point there too. Like, where's this kid's backing? You know what I mean? This is Kyle's friend. Fucking,
When you were up on the roof,
this kid
that
has
night,
no
what
backing.
observations,
This
if
kid's
any, did
fucked.
you make about the crowd and what was going on the ground?
There's a lot of violence, a lot of screaming, a lot of people throwing things. You could definitely tell that people weren't just there for the reason they were. It wasn't a safe place to be at all.
Now, I'm going to ask you a little bit about the timing of that evening. And I'll represent to you that at some point in the evening, there were crowds right out front of this courthouse. And then there were crowds that were pushed south on Sheridan. Do you remember anything like that?
Yes.
Can you tell us in your own words When you first got to Car Source at 59th Street, was there a lot of people out in front of the building on the street?
No.
Did that change?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Later through on the night, the crowd got pushed back closer and closer to us.
And we say pushed back. Who was pushing them back?
The police.
And how were they doing that?
With the big trucks and a lot of rubber bullets and.
The crowd that was being pushed back, what was their behavior like when they passed it in front of your location?
Very violent. Very upset.
When you say violent,
See, it's a horrible question by the prosecution. Horrible.
Saying a lot of threats, throwing a lot of things.
Not a question this fucking idiot should have been
A lot of
asking.
things along the lines of that.
and when you say they
All he's
threats,
doing,
who were those
he's
threats
painting, and don't get me wrong, because I
Us,
was there,
the
I
police,
filmed it, and I said it in my live
sometimes
videos.
even
This is
people in the
absolute
crowd.
fucking anarchy.
Do you have
But
any idea why
he's
people
painting
on the
this picture
streets
of this
would make
war
threats
zone and this
to your group?
chaos and
I have no idea.
violence, and it's dangerous.
Did
and
you ever see
people are afraid,
anyone
and that's why all these
actually
guns
injured
need,
as a
like,
result of any of this violence?
these are
that you
not
talked about?
state
No.
questions.
Did you see anyone shoot at anyone else?
I
No.
don't know what this
Did
fucking
you ever
guy-
consider using your gun to shoot at anyone?
No.
Was there a time in which you and the other members of your group observed people on the lot to the north of that location, which is marked on that map as St. James Church? Was there a time when you saw that?
Yes.
Okay. And could you just use your laser pointer and point at that St. James Church for us, please? Okay, and that's on the north side of 59th, on the northwest corner of 59th and Sheridan. Is that right?
Yes.
Yes, 59th. Now, in this map, which is a printout from a satellite, there's a structure there next to St. James Church. Was that structure standing on the night of August 25th, 2020?
No.
What was the condition of that lot?
A bunch of rubble and concrete blocks.
Now, I asked you about whether you saw folks on that lot, and I believe you said you did. Is that right?
Yes.
What did you observe about those people?
They were obviously hiding. It was pitch black outside. We couldn't see anything besides a lot of shadows hiding behind the rocks.
What action, if any, did you and the other members of your group take as a result of seeing those people hiding?
We all started yelling, telling them to stop hiding and to go away.
Did you take any physical action with your gun towards them?
We were ready in case they did have guns.
And when you say you were ready, what exactly did you do with your gun?
We had aimed them
You would point your gun at those people?
in the direction.
Did the defendant do that?
I am unaware.
You didn't see the defendant point his gun at those people?
No, I was looking at the construction site.
And you said you saw people hiding and you didn't know whether they had guns or not?
Not until the very end.
What did you see in the very end?
As soon as they did come from hiding, they started running, and I noticed one of the people did have a gun.
What type of gun?
It looks like a similar weapon to the one me and Kyle had.
When you say you saw them running, where were they running?
They were running, I want to say west towards the lake across Sheridan.
And you said it was dark. You said you eventually saw them with a gun. When they were in that lot north of you, did you see anyone point a gun at you?
No.
Did you see anyone with a gun at that particular moment?
No.
Did anyone fire any shots?
No.
And I believe you said earlier, during this entire evening, you stayed up on the roof the whole time.
Yes.
Did you ever get down and wander off that 59th Street lot to go anywhere else?
No.
We have heard in this case, after the fact.
See, and like he's trying to put on that, obviously Kenosha was fucking crazy,
whose names are
but
Anthony
nobody else
Huber,
fired a
Joseph
gun.
Rosenbaum, Gage Grosskreutz. I assume as you sit here today.
But he's
you
asking
know what
all
those
of
names
these
are.
other
Yes.
questions.
On that particular night, had you
he
ever met any of
said
those
it in
people
his
before?
opening statement. There's
Did
no
you know any
denying
of their names?
that
Have you
a bunch
since
of crazy shit happening in
seen
Kenosha.
photographs of those people so you
So
know what they
he's
look like?
touched on
Yes.
it.
Thinking back to that night,
And he keeps
Did you see
asking
any
these
of them?
questions
No.
about
do you have
violence
any
from
memory of seeing
protesters,
Joseph Rosenbaum that
burning
night?
shit,
No.
Do you have any memory of
bricks.
seeing Anthony Huber that night?
No.
you have any memory of seeing Gage
Fires,
Grosskreutz that night?
breaking stuff,
No.
damage, attacks, fear,
Now,
chasing. He's
I
using all
asked
these
you a little bit
fucking
about
words.
what you observed of the crowd on the street in front of this location. Where was the defendant when that crowd was going by? Do you know?
Around the Ultimate gas station.
Was there a time in which the defendant was at 59th Street when there were protesters out in front of that location,
59th Street.
your car source location?
I want to say previously, right before
Right before what?
right before they had got to us.
Okay. What, if anything, did you observe the defendant doing during that time?
I noticed that as soon as they did get to us, there was somebody that was hurt, and he went and helped them and brought them back into the building. And then as soon as they were all like bandaged up, he brought them out.
Do you know what sort of injury they had suffered?
I do not.
And when you say you saw them go into the building, did you actually see with your own eyes them enter the building?
Yes.
And the supplies that the defendant had in his medic bag or something, did those all come from your residence?
Yes.
Now, there came a time in which the defendant was involved in some shootings that night, and we know that. What I want to ask is, what do you remember about that time period that we now know was the time of the shootings?
I remember that one of us had received information that one of the car source dealerships was being vandalized, or people were trying to burn it down. Kyle was not able to make it back to us, our location. So either me or Nick called him and told him about what was happening. And then the last I saw of him was him running towards that direction. And then from then on, I just heard gunshots.
Now, you said you heard some information about the 63rd Street car source. Where did that information come from?
I'm unaware of that.
And you said somebody received that information. Do you recall if that was you personally who received that information?
I don't exactly know if it was me or Nick.
And you said somebody contacted the defendant. Was that over the phone?
Yes.
Do you recall who that was?
I do not.
You've given a statement about this night already to the police. Is that right?
Yes.
And you and I have talked previously with your attorney, Mr. Cotton, who's in the second row with the purple tie, about this situation, right?
Yes.
At no point did you mention to the police that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
And at no point have you mentioned in our meetings that you were the one who called the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes.
You said you saw the defendant heading down, and then you heard some gunshots. What is the next thing you remember about the defendant after that?
I didn't believe the gunshots were actually his until I got a phone call, and I answered it, and he just said, I shot somebody, and then hung up right away.
When did you see him next after that?
I want to say just a few minutes right after that.
Was that back at 59th Street?
Yeah, that was at the original location.
What observations, if any, did you make about the defendant when you saw him?
He was freaking out. He was really scared. He was pale, sweating a lot. You could tell he was just scared.
Did he say anything?
He wasn't really talking. He had to do it. It was self-defense. People were trying to hurt him.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a gun?
No.
Did he ever say to you that someone was trying to attack him with a knife?
No.
Did he ever say to you that anyone was trying to attack him with any sort of weapon?
No.
What happened after that?
After that, we kind of all tried to calm him down. There was some people
See,
yelling.
and he lied right
But,
there, because in
Kind of
the
made the idea that
detective
he should turn
statement he
himself in,
did,
but
he
we
was talking
couldn't
about
do it in one in
skateboards
Kenosha
and
because
wooden
there's
boards.
people riding at the front doors. So I took him home, and then we decided he should go turn himself in at the nearest police department.
When you say you took him home, did that mean you drove back down to Antioch?
Yes.
But
When
also
you got
like in
down there,
the
was anyone else at the
police
defendant's
statement,
residence?
he's
No.
telling them
How
all
long
kinds of
was it
stuff that
before
Kyle's
anyone
telling
came
them,
back?
and now all of a
Say 5 to 10
sudden,
minutes.
Kyle
And
didn't
who all
really say
came back
anything.
at that point?
The rest of his family.
And that would be his mother and his two sisters?
Yes.
Was there any discussion at that time about what the defendant should do?
leave, get out of town.
To where?
One of their family's properties in either Michigan or West Virginia.
What was your reaction to that?
Said no, he should turn himself in.
Were you urging the defendant to not flee, but instead to go turn himself in?
Yes,
Did he follow your advice?
yes.
A couple more things, Mr. Black. Do you know what the defendant's occupation was?
Yeah, that's actually not what he
August
says on
2020?
any of those
The
videos.
lifeguard at the Rexplex.
On Gage's video,
We've
and I
seen some
think
videos. I'll
it's
represent to you
CJ's
that
video.
At various points on that evening, the defendant tells
He
people that he is
and we may see Gage's
Do you know
video.
anything
I've
about
seen
that?
it. He
I know he has some
specifically
training
says, "I
that type of
didn't
field."
shoot anybody."
But that's kind of the most of my knowledge.
Do you know whether he had ever worked as a paramedic?
No,
Do you know whether he'd ever worked as an EMT?
no.
Now, you have talked about the fact that there was an understanding between you and the defendant that because he was 17 years old, he could not legally possess a firearm. Is that correct?
Yes,
The jury has been told, I'll represent to you, that there's a charge against the defendant in this case for possession of a weapon by someone under the age of 18. Has the person who provided the gun to the defendant, which was used to kill other people, are you facing criminal charges?
yes,
In fact, have I not personally drafted a criminal complaint against you, charging you with 2 felony counts of providing that gun to the defendant, which were used to kill 2 separate people? Is that correct?
yes,
And that is a case, a criminal case that I'm prosecuting that is still pending. Is that right?
yes,
As a criminal defendant in that case, are you aware of the fact that you have a Fifth Amendment right to remain silent and not answer any questions about any of that?
yes,
Have you decided today to come in front of this jury and tell us the truth about everything?
Yeah, in that
Yes.
video,
your Fifth
when he
Amendment right?
called,
Yes.
he said, "I
Have
just
I
killed
made any
someone."
promises to you
But when he's
about
running
what
up the
might happen
street,
in your criminal
which is
case
caught on
in
multiple
exchange
live
for your
streams,
testimony today?
one of which is Gage's,
You have an attorney here.
one of
Mr.
them I
Cotton,
think is
who is your
CJ.
attorney in that case. Is that right?
yes.
He says, "I didn't shoot anybody." And there was a lot of testimony with these people with, I think even Ryan Balsh said, "I didn't shoot anyone." And then the defense comes back and says, "Well, wouldn't it be more plausible that he said, 'I did shoot somebody, I need help'?" And then Ryan's like, "Yeah, probably." But that's not actually what he said. He said, "I didn't shoot anyone."
See if there's anything else.
That's
I
what he
wanted to
kept
cover. Just
saying
a
as he
couple
was
more
running
things,
up the
Mr.
street.
Black, that I've neglected to mention. You mentioned that you observed that the defendant was pale and sweaty. I think you said freaking out when he came back from the shootings that night. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see any injuries on him?
There was some red marks on his head, but besides that, no.
Did he say anything to you about any injuries that he suffered?
Just that his head hurt.
Finally, at one point in the evening, there's some indication on some videos that there might have been some folks behind the 59th Street car source, maybe throwing some rocks or something like that. Do you remember anything about that?
Yes.
What do you remember about that?
Out of nowhere, there's like people behind us in the neighborhood throwing rocks at us on top of the roof.
What, if anything, did you do about that?
Tried to dodge them.
You had a gun, correct?
Yes.
Did you think about using that to defend yourself?
No.
Why not?
So they're just rocks. I mean, they were throwing them from a distance, so I didn't really feel like I was in like great bodily harm or being hurt.
Do you remember if the defendant said or did anything in reaction to those folks?
No.
I have nothing further.
No,
Thank
he
you.
didn't, or no, I don't remember.
No, he didn't.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examine?
We need a bigger podium. Base. Dominic, excuse me, Mr. Black, I apologize. You knew Kyle Rittenhouse through his sister, Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you were 18, 19, you were dating Mackenzie.
Yes.
And you and Kyle were good friends.
Yes.
And you referred to each other as brothers.
Yes.
And you talked about Kyle taking the gun out of your father's basement without permission. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And so up until that point, according to your testimony, you knew nothing about Kyle taking the gun down to Car Source that night.
No, I was definitely aware of it. Kind of never really went into the inside my mind. I never really clicked that, like, hey, he shouldn't have that.
No, what I'm getting at is whether it clicked at that point or not, it's your testimony to these 20 people from Kenosha County that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then can you tell me why earlier in the night you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove to Jelensky's.
Well, this was after he had brought the gun up.
That's not what your testimony was on direct examination.
That's how it went.
Okay, so he brings the gun up, you go to Jelensky's, and then go right downtown. That's what your testimony is on cross-examination.
Yes.
Okay. Whose idea was it to go to Jelensky's?
I don't recall.
But you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone.
Yes.
And you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's?
I knew why he was going in there.
Okay, why?
To get a sling.
Okay. And then out of the goodness of his heart, he bought you one?
The plan was for both of us. One.
Okay. So you knew he was going there to get slings, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Now, Kyle Rittenhouse's gun this is your gun, correct?
Legally, yes.
And this is an optic on the top of that gun, correct?
Yes.
This optic, does it shoot a beam out of it?
Not out of it. I mean, it projects one inside of it. Yes.
Right. But if I were to point this gun, and obviously I can't do it here in a courtroom, but if I were to point this gun at you from here, there would be no red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse.
Did you guys see the jury?
No.
You see people
Yes.
snapping pictures. You
This
see BLM.
does not project.
Oh, this guy's got a camera.
dot on you,
Oh, but he's a
correct?
Kenosha News fucking journalist.
So if
See,
someone
look how
said
empty these
Kyle
fucking seats are.
Rittenhouse
Oh, there's one black person. Oh, that's Kim Motley.
on their chest, that's impossible.
You see any other BLM? Oh, there's Wendy. Where's BLM?
Now,
Where the fuck is BLM taking pictures? You know how many times they show this jury, bro? Or the fucking people in the
Mr. Binger
audience?
asked you about the charges that
You got reporters taking
currently
fucking
have pending
pictures.
against you, correct?
Yes.
And those charges are a result of you providing the gun to my client.
Yes.
And each of those is punishable by 6 years in Wisconsin State Prison, correct?
Yes.
And you're testifying here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And
Do I know of any video of Lukowski firing his rifle?
Mr. Binger
I
can't
do
send him to
not
prison.
actually.
Prosecute him.
However,
The judge could
I'm
send him to
not
prison
saying
if
it's
he told
him,
Mr. Binger
but there
can
were a
make
militia that were
recommendation.
firing up that fucking street too,
And, yes.
because Mercado and I were
Mr.
getting
Binger
fucking
can make
shot
a
at,
recommendation to prison, correct?
and it
Yes.
wasn't
And you're
from
hoping that by
fucking
you
rioters
testifying,
with fucking
he doesn't
pistols.
make a recommendation to prison, correct?
Do you have fucking video
Yes.
of Lukowski firing his rifle?
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
There haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Well, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that'd
You're
be
aware that I asked your attorney.
Lukowski was
if you'd be
up
willing to
by
meet with me, correct?
Rittenhouse,
No.
and so was Balsh when that shooting started. That's what makes their testimony where it's like, oh, I blacked out. Oh, I didn't see what fucking happened. I don't necessarily believe all that, but they were up there. It'd be hard to not have captured one of them because there were live streams from the sidewalk.
On August,
It'd be difficult to not have captured one of them
2020.
firing.
you were
But there were a militia down the road that were firing up the block, almost as if it was like a covering
Correct.
fire type of thing.
the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antarania.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
It's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotape, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaranian and telling him whose idea it was to go?
Yeah, I mean, I've said for
source,
over a year now that
Yes.
it was either,
Was it-
and I didn't know
I'm gonna give you
Lukowski's
three
name
choices.
until the
Yours,
trial.
Kyle's,
Somebody I
or
was
Nick
trying to
Smith's?
fucking
Nick Smith's.
identify and was never able to. But I've said Lukowski or Ryan Balls were firing their rifles. But I mean, it's
When
hard
you got
to
Car
it's hard to
Source,
prove that.
after you'd stopped at
They're not
Jelinski's,
like on video
you
anywhere
meet with
doing
Nick
it.
Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at Car Source?
Yeah.
And he
Because I mean, there are like
introduced
when
you
after
guys
Kyle's
to
done
Sam and his
firing,
brother.
he turns and faces the crowd, and
Once
this
they
is where
introduced, we had met Sam.
a lot of people are saying
previously
that
that
Kyle
day, but
just
his brother we had
blankly
not met.
then fires into the crowd. And you know, I watched the clip because I'm working on something, but I watched that clip of him shooting at Gage and Huber and the unidentified person. I watched that, I don't know, like 25 fucking times before I jumped live tonight. And he does turn after he's done shooting. He does turn back towards the crowd, and then you hear rifle. And you're right, it does sound like it's coming from right there. But with the, I don't know, with the angles of the streams, like it, plus Lukowski and fucking Balsh are helping Gage. I don't know, that timing would be. But the one thing I'll call out, since we're talking about Balsh, Balsh said that he went up to Huber
This
to
is the
like
second
feel his
location we went
pulse
to
and all
when
of that
Sam-
shit. If you
I
watch
don't
the
remember if it was
videos
Sam or
the
his
right
brother had
way,
given us a ride, me,
um,
Kyle and Nick.
the
to
cops are
location
already
that would be
loading
more
Huber
north,
into the
and that's where we met
Bearcat
up with a
when
lot of
Ryan
people that
walks
we
up there.
Really didn't.
So that's not
That
true.
would be
He never
Car
fucking
Source at
touched
63rd and Sheridan.
Huber to see if he was still.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd, right?
Yeah, we don't talk about other live streamers doing
Far
fucking
right of that
streams that pulls
photograph.
people away from my
Who
shit.
is that depicted in the photo?
The far
Said
right.
that shit before.
Far left, right point, I'm sorry.
The co-owner of Car Source.
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
Far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
First aid box.
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is 2 people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with
With a
a cross on it. Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect CarSource?
No.
They just came along when you were at CarSource and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground
Yes.
because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And did you see anybody that evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
Weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here.
And that
today,
never
say you
happened.
did that, but you know what happened.
Andrew
Yes.
called that out.
Okay.
CJ called that
And
out. I called it
you
out.
don't know
All
what
three of
Mr.
us have that on
Rosenbaum did or
video.
didn't do
That
because
porta
you weren't
potty was
paying
never
attention.
lit on fire.
Yes.
You don't know
Fake
whether
fucking
Mr.
bullshit.
Rosenbaum, let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road CarSource.
No.
Couldn't see it.
No.
Even though you're on the roof.
Yep.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to CarSource 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not, if his phone records say.
See, and in Dominick's
He got a
police
phone
statement,
call
he
from
says
Nick
that
Smith.
Nick is the one that did it.
You don't.
And this is where on cross, the prosecution
Not
should have
exactly, no.
used Dominick's fucking statement to Antaramian to fucking
whole
challenge
idea
that
was
he
to
didn't know
send
anything that
Kyle
happened. He could have
down
testified to what
CarSource
Kyle
3
told
to
him in that
63rd
car.
Street CarSource, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there, you hear shots. He goes out of your view. There's a fairly lengthy period of time. You hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
But,
were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he jumps back.
Okay. like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to car source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location and you guys meet up.
See, but this is where, I don't know, maybe me as the defense,
Yes, I come down
this
the
is where I
ladder.
would have
They had-
used
by the time
like
I
this
had gotten
statement to
inside the
answer
building, he was
Ramian,
already sitting in there.
where allegedly
So they had to
Kyle,
open the
you
doors
know,
for him and let him in.
tells him,
And you described him on August 25th,
that he told the police officers
the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective
that
Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember
that he
using
just
those
shot
words?
somebody.
Yes.
White as a ghost
Yes.
and hysterical.
Yes.
That
Told
would
you he
prove for
shot
the
somebody?
defense he was trying
Yes.
to turn
Told you
himself
he had to
in.
shoot somebody.
Yes.
It was self-defense.
I mean, it
Yes.
would prove a lot.
Hadn't
I
met
don't know
with a
why they
lawyer,
didn't
correct?
say anything about that.
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't
And
want to
then
take him
as
to
far
the
as
Kenosha
Balls
Police Department, correct?
ditching
Yes.
him, I don't think he
Why
ditched
not?
him. Because
It's
if you watch
impossible.
all of our
You can't get
videos, we're
Yeah.
all in the ultimate
And
gas
if you
station.
guys walked up there with guns,
Ryan
you'd be
is there
targeted,
too,
correct?
Yeah.
and then Kyle takes off
You
running
agree
down the
to
street.
Go home,
I don't think he
to
ditched
Kyle's
him. He
residence,
just fucking
and
left.
he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police
Yes.
an hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, you did.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department
Yes.
with Kyle's 2 sisters.
Yes. No. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so.
And shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens with you, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given
Hang on,
Kyle the
we
guns,
gotta-
correct?
Yes.
What the fuck did he
And
just say?
You talked to your girlfriend.
In the air.
I gotta
You
back
saw
this
him
up. Hang
walk
on.
up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next move?
Did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
Weren't mentioned?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw that.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention.
Yes.
You don't know whether the role was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
But it's
Yeah, it was
much
very.
nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotape, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source? The idea wasn't to go to Jelensky's,
I don't recall.
but you said Kyle went into Jelensky's alone,
Yes.
and you don't know why he was going into Jelensky's.
I knew why he was in there.
Why?
Hang on, bear with me, guys. There's something Dominic
And then
says
out of the
that
goodness of his heart, he bought you one.
just caught my
The
attention.
plan was
So
for
now
both of
I'm
us
trying
to
to
get one.
find it.
So you knew he was going there to
You
get
need-
swings,
Just bear with me.
correct?
Yes. Yes.
You didn't tell him not to bring the gun, correct?
No.
Here today, hoping that Mr. Binger will give you consideration on those charges and not send you to prison, correct?
Yes.
And you just,
Was there a time in which the defendant?
No.
Now,
that you didn't know about it until he brought it up from the basement on August 25th.
Oh, yes.
You agree with that statement?
Yes.
Okay. Then can you tell me why earlier in the date you guys did go to Jelensky's, correct?
Yes.
You drove. We need a bigger space. Did it shoot a laser beam out of it?
And yes,
Mr. Bigger can make a recommendation to prison, correct?
Yes.
Does it shoot a laser beam out of it?
Not out of it. Projection inside of it, yes.
Just bear with me, guys. I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the time in which he said the thing that caught my fucking attention.
You from here, there would be
Bear
no
with me.
red or green dot on your chest.
No.
This is the optic from Kyle Rittenhouse's gun. Can you see it?
No.
You agree that this is?
Yes.
This does not project a laser dot on you either, correct?
No.
So if someone said Kyle Rittenhouse put a laser probation,
There's no really assuming what I get out of this.
there's haven't been any promises made. I'm asking you what you're hoping.
I'm hoping for whatever the best is I get. I don't know what it is.
Okay. Your attorney, Mr. Cotton, he's met with you and Mr. Binger and the detectives?
Yes.
When's the last time you guys met?
I want to say a few days before this date.
You didn't meet today?
Oh, I mean, yeah, we did meet today.
When's the last time before today? Last week sometime?
Yeah.
Okay. You're aware that I asked your attorney if you'd be willing to meet with me, correct?
No.
No? On August 26th of 2020, you were at the Antioch Police Department when Kyle turned himself in, correct?
Yes.
And you were interviewed in the early morning hours of August 26th by, I'm fine, Detective Antaramian.
Yes.
And he's the individual who's the second from closest to the jury, correct?
Yes.
You met with him for a little over an hour?
Yeah, it was well over an hour.
And that was when everything was fresh in your memory, correct?
Somewhat. I was very tired.
It's
Yeah, it was
much nearer in time than it is today, correct?
Yes.
And you told him on that date, it was audio and videotape, what you remember, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember talking to Detective Antaramian and telling him whose idea it was to go to Car Source to protect the property?
Yes.
Was it, I'm going to give you three choices, yours, Kyle's, or Nick Smith's?
Nick Smith's.
When you got to Car Source, after you'd stopped at Jelensky's, you meet with Nick Smith?
Yes.
And you knew that Nick had worked at Car Source?
Yeah.
And he introduced you guys to Sam and to his brother?
I wouldn't say introduced. We had met Sam previously that day, but his brother we had not met.
But the question Richard's asked is if Nick introduced them to Sam, and that is true. Nick did. There was a piece of testimony I heard. I can't find it. I'm going to have to look for it later. Something very interesting to me that I didn't hear the first time.
Sir, I'm showing
I
you
can't
what's been
find it
marked as
now.
Exhibit.
It's hard to be
Defendants 30.
skipping
Can you
back
tell me
and
what that
forth on
is?
this fucking.
This is the second location we went to when I don't remember if it was Sam or his brother had given us a ride, me, Kyle, and Nick, to the location that would be more north. And that's where we met up with a lot of people that we really didn't know.
Okay, that would be Car Source at 63rd and Sheridan.
The one right down here.
Right here.
Yes.
Sheridan and 63rd.
Okay.
Right? The far right of that photograph, who is that depicted in the photo?
The far right?
Far left, where I'm pointing, I'm sorry.
The co-owner of Car Source?
So is that Sam or is that his brother?
I believe that's his brother.
Okay. Where are you in this picture?
The far right.
The far right?
Yes.
Who's standing next to you?
Kyle.
And what's in front of Kyle's feet?
First aid box?
Okay. That's a first aid box that is different from his first aid pack that he wears on his side, correct?
Yes.
Where is Nick Smith in this photograph?
He is two people to the left of Kyle wearing the white hat.
Okay, so he's got a white hat with a cross on it? Yes?
Yes.
Now, you know the owner, you know Nick, and you know Kyle. Everybody else in that photograph, had you ever seen them before that day?
No.
Did you have any plan of ever meeting up with those individuals to help protect Car Source?
No.
They just came along when you were at Car Source and offered their services to help, correct?
Yes.
Does the name Ryan Balch mean anything to you?
Yes, it's somewhat clear.
Okay. And who is Ryan Balch today to you?
I never really got to meet him a whole lot. He is one of the people that showed up randomly or unexpectedly.
And you talk about you wanting to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
You told Nick Smith you wanted Kyle to be on the roof, correct?
Yes.
And Nick Smith said, no, we wanted Kyle on the ground
Yes.
because he's a medic and he can provide services, correct?
Yes.
You saw Kyle fix somebody's hand who had a big gash in it.
Yes.
You saw him give aid to a woman who had been shot by a gas ball.
I'm unaware of that.
Okay. You saw Kyle going out with other individuals in that picture, Exhibit 30, and put out some fires, correct?
Yes.
And you see anybody evening starting any fires?
Plenty of people.
Plenty of people starting fires?
Yes.
Did you see the individuals who took the trailer from the lot of rubble, put it out in the street and started on fire?
I did not see that.
You didn't watch that?
No.
Weren't paying attention?
I don't know if I don't remember or if I missed it.
Okay. What about the porta potty?
Yes, I saw it.
Okay. Describe that.
People were tipping over a porta potty and lighting it on fire.
Okay. And you can't, as you sit here today, say who did that, but you know what happened.
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know what Mr. Rosenbaum did or didn't do because you weren't paying attention to him.
Yes.
You don't know whether Mr. Rosenbaum, let me ask it this way, simpler. You know of nothing that happened down at the 63rd Street and Sheridan Road Car Source.
No.
Couldn't see it.
No.
Even though you're on the roof.
Yep.
Now, I'll answer it this way. Kyle's phone records have you calling him and sending him down to Car Source 3. You don't dispute that, do you?
I don't remember it.
I'm not, if his phone records say he got a phone call from Nick Smith, you don't dispute that.
Not exactly, no.
Okay. And the whole idea was to send Kyle down to Car Source 3, the 63rd Street Car Source, because you guys had received a report that the people who were supposed to be protecting it had left, correct?
Yes.
And the property was being destroyed.
Yes.
You didn't know that Kyle had been separated from Mr. Balch at that point.
I did not.
So you tell him to go down there and protect that property because the cars are being bashed in, correct?
Yes.
It was either you or Nick Smith.
Yes.
And from where you were, you could see Kyle going down in that direction.
Yes.
And it wasn't the second he goes down there, you hear shots. He goes out of your view. There's a fairly lengthy period of time. You hear a gunshot, and then you hear a series of more gunshots, correct?
Yes.
And you, from where you were, could not see what happened to Kyle at the second incident, correct?
Yes.
Did not see.
I did not see.
And eventually, Kyle comes back in to your vision, correct?
Yes.
What did you observe Kyle doing as he approached? Well, let me ask you this. Where was he first?
Where I first saw him was kind of against a tree line. It was more in front of the Ultimate gas station. And I saw him walking with his gun hanging down and he had his hands up. And then I watched him walk up to a police car and then step away.
Okay.
And then
Describe what he's doing as he's going up to that police car.
I can't hear anything, but I could tell he was yelling.
Okay.
I don't know what he was yelling.
Where
But,
were his hands?
In the air.
Okay. And you saw him walk up to the police car.
Yes.
You don't hear anything, but does Kyle stay and go up to the car? What's his next movement?
He walks up to the car and very quickly he like jumps back.
Okay. Like somebody told him to get back?
Yeah.
Because he walked up there voluntarily, correct?
Yes.
And then he quickly steps back.
Yes.
And he then makes his way back to our source number 2, correct?
Yes.
And he goes to that location. You guys meet up outside. You come down the ladder.
Yes, I come down the ladder. By the time I had got inside the building, he was already sitting in there.
Okay.
So they had to open the doors for him and let him in.
Okay. And you describe him on August 25th, the morning of the 26th, I apologize, to Detective Antaramian as sweating like a pig. Do you remember using those words?
Yes.
White as a ghost
Yes.
and hysterical.
Yes.
He told you he shot somebody,
Yes.
told you he had to shoot somebody.
Yes.
It was self-defense.
Yes.
Hadn't met with a lawyer, correct?
Correct.
Hadn't talked with anybody about his story. He's telling you right that day what happened.
Yes.
And you don't want to take him to the Kenosha Police Department, correct?
Yes.
Why not?
It's impossible.
You can't get to it, correct?
Yeah, you can't.
And if you guys walked up there with guns, you'd be a target, correct?
Yeah.
And you agree to go home to Kyle's residence, and he'll turn himself into the police there.
Yes.
And he did turn himself into the police
Yes.
an hour and a half after you finally saw him at the car source, correct?
About that time, yes.
1:20 a.m. That's what the video shows. You don't dispute that.
No.
And you talk about discussions whether or not he should leave. That was his mother who was making those discussions, correct?
Yes.
Kyle wanted to turn himself in, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And he did.
Yes, he did.
And eventually you were asked to come down to the police department, correct?
Yes.
And when you were asked to come down to the police department, you brought the guns.
No. The police had met us there at the apartment, and then they took them.
Okay. And then you drive then down to the police department.
Yes.
With Kyle's two sisters.
Yes.
That was the part that
Yeah, I believe so.
And
I wanted to hear.
shortly after you get there, that's when that first interview happens.
All right. So this is where I'm confused about that comment right there about the police had met them at the apartment to pick up the guns. So did they drop Kyle off in Antioch and then they all went back to Kyle's apartment in Antioch, and then the police come? Is that what he's saying? Somebody help me decipher that fucking statement.
Correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you are worried about the fact that you had given Kyle the gun, correct?
Yes.
And you talked to your girlfriend, his sister, at the police department and asked about coming up with a story to protect you regarding the guns, correct?
I do not remember that.
If she said it happened, you wouldn't disagree, correct?
I would disagree.
Okay. And
Yeah, it doesn't matter in this case, but it matters on something else I'm working on.
Detective Antaramian asking you a question on the morning of the 26th. So when did you first see the gun? You. About when we were getting into the car, when we walked outside the house. Detective Antaramian. Okay. Did you talk to him about it at all? No. I had a lot of stuff on my mind. Do you remember that exchange?
Yes.
Okay. Nothing bad had happened at that point, correct?
Correct.
So what did you have on your mind that was interfering with you saying, hey, Kyle, don't take the gun?
Kind of scared to go down there, not knowing what to expect.
Just you wanted Kyle to have the gun, correct?
That wasn't really an opinion in my mind at all.
You wanted a gun.
Personally, for myself, yes.
You had no objection or voiced no objection to Kyle, your brother, having the gun, correct?
It wasn't a thought in my mind.
Well, he walks out of the house with an AR-15, and you don't say boo, correct?
I didn't say anything, correct?
And you had the ability to speak.
Yes.
If you wanted to object, you could have said something to Kyle, correct?
Yes, I could have.
And you didn't.
No.
Because you wanted him to have the gun for protection.
Not that reason exactly.
You wanted a gun for protection.
Yes.
Dude, we all know both these fucking kids are inside this house. Like, let's go down there. It's gonna be fucking cool, man. Let's bring
This is
these
a statement
guns.
you made to Detective
You know they're doing
Anthony
that in their house. We all know that.
on the morning of the 26th. But that's what I knew of it. Basically, we go down there and we walk up, and it's coincidental. We walk up and there's Sam, and I'm like, oh, Sam, I just met you not long ago or whatever. And he gives Nick keys to the building and showed him where the ladder was, correct?
Yes.
You guys had permission to be there.
Yes.
He wanted you to protect his property.
Yes.
And he wanted protection at the 59th Street address and the 63rd Street address.
Yes.
And once you found out there wasn't any protection at the 63rd Street address, you sent Kyle down there, correct?
Yes.
And initially, Nick was acting like he was in control of everything, correct?
Yes.
And he was leading the people from the West Bend area who you didn't know, like he was even the owner of Car Source, correct?
Yes.
He wasn't, correct?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian the only person I saw actually help people was Kyle?
Yes.
Because he was, correct?
Yes.
He might not have been a trained EMT, but he was providing first aid.
Yes.
And that big orange box in Exhibit 30 that I showed you, that was the stuff he brought from either his house or his employment, correct?
I'm not too sure where that came from, if I'm being honest.
Okay. But he didn't get all of his medical supplies from you, correct?
From what I saw, that's what to the best of my memory, yes. I'm not 100% certain on.
Your family didn't provide that big orange box in front of Kyle Rittenhouse in the photograph up on the screen, did they?
No.
Do you remember telling Detective Antaramian on the 26th, they just threw the water bottle and then poof. Detective Antaramian, what hurt? Did the bottle hit you? You. No, it was actually, I was on the roof, but the wind was blowing towards me. So it was a bunch of just like a tear gas bomb, just a bunch of smoke in the air. It came towards me and my eyes started to burn. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So they were throwing gas bombs at you on the roof.
Yes.
There were gas bombs on the ground.
Yes.
Now,
Now remember, I
do you
filmed
remember talking
those
to
guys on the
Detective
roof throw the
Antaramian
CS
about
canister
somebody
down
on the
at
roof
protesters
who
first,
was upsetting
and
you
then they threw it back
because he
up on
was
the
taking
roof.
a laser pointer, not on a gun, but a laser pointer and pointing it at people?
Yes, I do remember.
Okay, that wasn't Kyle, correct? Because he was never on the roof.
Correct.
Now, who is that?
One of the people that came from out of town. He was about in mid 30s. I want to say mid 40s. He was on the.
Is he depicted in Exhibit 30? If you have to walk closer, go ahead.
I don't think I see him. No, I don't believe so.
But it was a laser pointer, and the individual would point to demonstrators, rioters, correct?
Yes.
That upset them
Yes.
because it was pointing them out,
Yes.
and it also upset them because they could have thought it was a weapon.
Yes.
And you told him to stop,
Yes.
and he just kept laughing about it.
Yes.
Detective Antaramian asking you on the 26th, okay, anyone have inaudible? Kyle, he disappears out of view. You. Nick somehow finds out that there's nobody there and there's people trying to break cars. And he tells Kyle and the other dude that he was on the ground with to go over there. So did he tell him this in person or on the phone? Phone. Do you remember that?
It was on the phone.
But you're not sure who called.
Yes, I'm not sure.
Later on in that same interview, you speaking. He was actually on the roof at that point. Nick kept on going up and down, up and down. He called Kyle. Before he called Kyle, he told me, like, there's nobody there. They're trying to set cars on fire. I was like, oh, crap. Oh, crap. And he called Kyle, and he tells him, and then Kyle starts running, and he bolts for it. Do you remember telling the detective that?
Yes, no, I do.
And you stated you saw him run from the gas station, correct?
Yes.
Could you see the fire extinguisher in his hands?
Yes.
Because if you're on the roof of the car source number 2, you're like one block from 60, not one block, less than a half a block from 60th and Sheridan Road, correct?
Yeah, that's pretty accurate.
You had a clear line of sight directly to the ultimate gas station.
Yes.
Detective Howard, to you on the 26th. What makes Ryan supposed to be with Kyle? Why do you say that? I wouldn't say supposed to, but they were with each other the entire night. Every time Kyle left, so did he. So they were always together.
Yes.
And when they're going out to provide medical attention to people, they're going out with the buddy system. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, that's fair.
And when Kyle would go out and put out fires that were going on, he would go with somebody else, the buddy system, correct?
Yes.
There was a time where he left with the female Joanne Fiedler with the white helmet and went and put out a fire by the church. Do you remember that?
I believe so.
And you stated, so I figured they wanted to team up and go out and help people,
Yes.
telling the detective. This is Detective Anthony.
We're just pointing out like all of his inconsistencies and how the prosecution never attacked certain things and then asked other things that he shouldn't have fucking asked.
But I want to make sure I'm factually accurate here. I mean, the fact that he buys the sling for his gun, it's likely he's going out to take it with him that night. Well, the intent was to buy a sling for me. You remember that exchange?
I do not.
But even Detective Antaramian questioned you about the sling and the timing of it, correct?
Yes.
And how hard was it to attach those slings?
I don't really recall.
Do you remember the detectives wanting your telephone?
My phone?
Yeah.
No, I don't believe so.
Didn't they talk to you? And I'm reading from Detective Howard at that same interview. So we're just going to apply for a search warrant. But absolutely, as it's laid out in that form, you have the right to refuse. Dominick Black. Okay, so I'm not understanding as far as what I believe. I believe I'm going to be here for a while. Okay? And I have not talked to the authorities yet, so I don't know. Do you remember the discussion about that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And they wanted to download your phone, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And eventually you said to him, fine, you can download my phone. I don't have anything to hide.
Yes.
Now, yeah. And that interview regarding the incident regarding your phone, and I'm sorry if I misled you, that was the November 6th incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, you were already under arrest.
Yes.
And the detective, both detectives interviewed you that night.
Yes.
And when you were in that interview, as it was wrapping up, they told you to have your lawyer, who was a different lawyer than Mr. Cotton at the time, reach out to Mr. Binger. He needed to talk to him about working something out.
Yes.
Okay. And from that day, they wanted you as a witness, correct?
I wouldn't necessarily say from that day, no.
Okay. Your trial on your charges was set back in September, correct?
I don't exactly recall.
Let me ask it this way, not trying to trip you up on dates. Your trial on these charges, which Mr. Binger is prosecuting you for, was before today.
Yes.
Okay. About a month and a half ago?
Yes.
Okay. And you, your lawyer, and Mr. Binger walked into this courtroom and asked that the matter be set over until January of 2022,
Yes.
after you testified here today, correct?
Yes.
I mean, Richards does a far better job discrediting him than Binger did. I don't think Binger got the answers that he really needed. He got a couple, But I mean, these guys are just destroying this kid.
August,
So I like all these witnesses. They're all defense
2020.
witnesses, and like the
That
prosecution is
that
just
Kyle Rittenhouse
fucking up this whole thing.
possessed on the night in question, had never left the state of Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
And you guys had the gun and you took it to Illinois so he could turn himself into the police.
Yes.
And you and Kyle did the taking off graffiti, correct?
Yes.
And that was in the late morning, right around lunchtime of the 25th, correct?
Correct.
And in that photograph is you, your stepfather, and your girlfriend, Mackenzie, correct?
Which photograph?
The photograph of this photograph right here.
My stepfather isn't in that picture.
He's not in that one?
No, it'd be my brother, and then Kyle and Mackenzie.
Okay, so you are where?
That might have been when I left to go get like the sandpaper.
Okay. And Kyle's wearing the olive green shirt with his hat turned backwards.
Yes.
And who's that standing next to him?
Mackenzie?
Okay. And you guys had spent the night before at your dad's house, correct?
I'm not aware of where he slept. I don't really remember.
Could have slept at your house.
He could have.
And Mackenzie slept at your house that night.
I'm not aware.
See, like that, like,
Can't
bro,
remember.
you know where this
Remember
kid
watching
fucking slept.
live
You all,
streams
he
of
spent the night in fucking
No, I did
Kenosha,
not.
and they all got up
Your
early
dad
the next
talked
morning.
about the riots, and that's the reason
The
he got
fuck?
the guns out.
He did previously that night, yes.
Do you remember him talking to you as you told the detectives that there was a plan to board up the windows if the rioters came?
Yes.
Okay, so all that was going on, you're aware of it.
Yes.
And when you guys are target shooting up north, there was nothing strange about that, correct?
No.
Kyle handled the gun appropriately,
Yes.
and he shot at those small little, you're saying clay pigeons,
Yes.
about 4 inches in diameter?
Yep.
You shot at the same things?
Yes.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No.
I have nothing further, sir. Thank you.
Redirect.
I want to pick up where that left off there. It sounds like there was a plan with your father to have the guns available, board up windows to protect the house that you live in. Is that right?
Yes.
But you decided on the night of the 25th to leave home and go downtown to protect Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Why didn't you stay home? Protect your house.
The riots had been going on for a while. The house had been ready to be boarded up. All the guns have been out for, I want to say, ever since the riots started, and nothing happened. I felt that the house would be safe.
The timing of all of this, if I understand you correctly, is on Tuesday afternoon, late afternoon, 4 o'clock or so about, is when you and the defendant take the guns from your house and come downtown.
Yes.
Is that about right?
Yes.
You were somehow aware of stuff that had happened on Monday night and on Sunday night, right?
Yes.
That's part of the reason why you went downtown.
Yes.
But you decided at 4 o'clock on Tuesday afternoon, there was no danger to your house that night?
I mean, I kind of figured, I mean, it's not just me that would be staying at the house. I have a lot of brothers that live there. It wasn't entirely my responsibility to make sure that the house was safe. I mean, I felt that it was safe. Nobody was going to harm the house. Nothing in the area had happened.
Okay. On this particular evening, when you're at the Car Source at 59th and you're up on the roof, where was Nick Smith during that evening?
He was up and down. So he was on the ground. He was on the roof. He was inside the building.
Did he ever have a gun that night?
I believe so. To the best of my memory, I think he did.
Do you remember if he had it the whole evening or just a short period of time?
I don't remember.
Is it fair to say that Nick Smith stayed at that location physically the whole night?
Yes.
And you did too?
Yes.
You've been asked by me, you've been asked by Attorney Richards, several variations of the same question, and I don't know that I think we've done some.
Don't comment on the witness's answer.
Who told the defendant to go to 63rd Street Car Source?
I'm not 100% certain.
Like it doesn't matter. Like it's been established he didn't just decide to do it himself. So like Binger's not getting anywhere on this point. Like I think he's trying to make it where it's like Kyle just, decided it on his own. It's been said over and fucking over again that one of these two fucking idiots, Nick or Dominic, sent him down there. Like, just drop it, bro. You're not getting the answer you want. Move the fuck
Did he ever
on.
leave later in the evening to go check and
This dude
see what
fucking
was
irritates
happening
me.
at 63rd Street Car Source in person?
No.
You said at some point in the evening, someone up on the roof was using a laser pointer to aim at the crowd. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about.
I don't think anything that Matthewson has to say is
something
fucking
like this,
relevant, though.
shining it on
Not
a
for this
person.
trial.
Is that right?
For civil lawsuits,
Yes,
100%. But
lot
in this
bigger.
trial, there's
Okay.
nothing. I mean, that fuck wasn't even out here. He called all these fucking people out
Was it your
here
understanding that
He
the
went out
people
for
who had
an
this
hour
pointed
or
at him
so
felt like
during
that
the
was a gun?
day. And then
Yes.
when it got dark out and the vampires came out,
You're telling
that
us
little
that it
fucking
wasn't
coward
actually
ass
a
bitch
gun,
fucking
but
went back to his
The people on
house.
the ground thought it was.
Yes.
And you were upset by that.
Yes.
Why?
Because he shouldn't be doing that. There's no reason for it. And it's drawing attention towards us.
Did you feel that it wasn't appropriate for anyone on the roof or on the ground to be pointing a gun at anyone?
No, I didn't really feel like that was necessary at all.
Maybe I misstated my question. Let me just make sure I'm clear on that. Would you agree with me that it was not appropriate for the members in your group to be pointing their guns at people?
Yes.
You mentioned earlier, when I was asking you questions, that someone was throwing rocks. You said in response to Mr. Richards' questions that someone was throwing some sort of water bottle or gas bomb up on the roof. Is that right?
Yes.
When these folks were doing these things to you and the other members of your group, did you point a gun at anyone?
No.
Did you fire at anyone?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need to. I mean,
Did you feel that by these people throwing rocks at you or throwing a gas bomb at you, that you were in danger?
Pain, yes, but not danger. I knew it wasn't going to kill me.
So you felt like it wasn't enough to use deadly force.
Correct.
And that's the only thing that Binger's done right so far.
Discussions that you and I have had during the lead up to this case. Have I ever put any words in your mouth?
No.
What was the number one rule that I told you that I wanted from you when you testified?
To tell the
Nothing but the
truth. Yeah, so
Final
Johnny
question I have
says that he
for you.
can't fault someone for wanting
Those
to help protect
slings,
someone else's
you were asked
property.
about how
The
hard
problem
those,
is that none of
slings
them
were
should have
attached to your
fucking
body.
been
I
out
forget,
there.
What did you say about that?
And
I don't
had
really
law
remember.
enforcement and the
Once
National
they were
Guard not
attached
been fucking
to your
stationed
body,
up
did they
3/4
hold
of
that
their
gun
personnel
Sort of dangling
over
in front
at
of you?
fucking Bradford and then one of the other fucking locations that they were fucking stationed up at, but mostly at fucking Bradford, eating fucking buffet style food, which
I'm
we
gonna
have in
show
open
you-
records.
May I approach, Your Honor?
None of this shit would have
I've got
fucking gotten this far.
photograph that you've already seen.
None
It's
of it.
exhibit number 30, and it's showing
I mean,
you
by
and
this
the other
time, you've
individuals,
got,
at the
you know,
63rd Street
fucking
Car Source. Is that right?
Yes.
Are you wearing the sling in that?
hundreds and hundreds and hundreds
Yes, it
of
appears.
fucking National Guard.
And is that sling holding?
Sheriff's
that
Department
gun
had 300 fucking
in your
personnel.
body?
KPD has just under 300.
Yes.
Does the defendant
Plus
have
you
the
had
sling
another
on his
fucking
body,
200
similar to you?
personnel from other various
Was
law
that
enforcement
sling
around
strong
Kenosha.
enough to hold the
They
weight of that
outnumbered
gun?
these protesters, despite the bullshit rhetoric that there was more protesters
Was
than
that
law
strong- was
enforcement. That is
sling
not
strong
true.
enough so that if someone tried to pull that gun away,
If the
gun
full
would be held to your
presence
body?
of all of the National
Yes.
Guard and the
I've
fucking
never-
law enforcement that was there would have fucking been around everywhere they were supposed to be, none of this shit would have fucking gotten like this.
Let me step down, sir.
But they're sitting in Bradford eating fucking beef sandwiches and fucking mastacholi and texting each other, making fucking jokes. We have hundreds of text messages with these fucking cops and all types of shit. It's ridiculous. All right, so I mean that's pretty much that. So yeah, all right. So what do you guys want to say about? We obviously heard the full, and I don't know who was all here, but we heard the full police interview with Dominick, and then we're hearing his testimony. So I mean, there's differences in some of the stuff this kid said. Yeah, but you guys are like arguing about semantics with the word vigilante. I mean, none of these people should have been there. We released a video, right? And again, there's supposed to be this fake ass curfew that was illegally implemented, but let's just pretend that the fuck city did it the right way. They're not supposed to be there. Nobody is. And I released a video. Let's listen to this. Let me find this. So I get off work. I'm with my boss, and we're driving underage, employees home. Not underage, but yeah, underage, like 15, 16, 17-year-old kids, driving them home to make sure they get home safe because the city's all fucked. And we turn the scanner on in the car, and my boss had it coming through like her car speakers and shit. And over the police scanner, and I just happened to fucking live stream this. Like I went live, we were like bullshitting in the car, and then this came over the scanner. In this video here, I'm going to load this up. We're going to take a listen to this. But law enforcement surrounded between 125 to 150 militia people. And, you can tell that law enforcement has surrounded them. They're calling out like various, areas, and they're all walking. They're walking in a group, and then they let them just keep going. And it comes back on the radio that we lost them. How the fuck do you lose 125 people walking in a fucking group with giant fucking guns? So had they told them the same as they did months prior, back in May, when there was bullshit happening over the George Floyd stuff, there were protests, and then at night it was getting a little fucking hairy where people were breaking shit. There were a few gunshots, but militia people came out then. Armed homeowners came out then, and KPD was fucking everywhere. And if you're not from Kenosha, I am. I lived there. I was watching this all happen. I lived right behind the fire department, so I was hearing all this shit come over the scanner. We're listening to that from the fire department plus the scanner, and listen, sirens everywhere. And KPD was flying down the fucking streets like 100 miles an hour. Every time they were getting a report that there was groups that were starting to like form up, KPD was there, and they were like shooing them all the fuck away. And then here come all these little, militia and homeowners that are armed, and KPD stops all of them and tells them to all fuck off and go home. They didn't have National Guard then. They didn't have fucking all these other agencies come out. They had them themselves. And that was the patrol cars that were on the fucking street that night. They didn't bring the entire full force of Kenosha Police Department, and they fucking handled it. They broke everything up. But they shoot Jacob Blake, and they can't handle 100 people. Are we fucking serious right now? And then they allow them to fucking go over to the safety building in the courthouse. And by the time they're getting over there, they already have dump trucks. Like they're already moving shit to block roadways. It's just it doesn't fucking make sense. And then they let all of these militia people fucking come here. Like you already know there's gonna be bullshit. So let's listen to this. And this was an accident. You know, I went live in the car to like, hey guys, I'm fucking getting off work. I'm gonna be going out there, so you know, stay tuned for the stream, whatever. And this was a fucking accident that I captured this, and this is being used as evidence in something else. So let's listen to this.
I'm in the middle of the park right now. I got a lot of trees.
All right, how we doing, everybody? Welcome to the channel here. I'm going to be going live tonight during the riot, but right now I'm listening to a police scanner.
We got a group of 4-male white, neon vest, gray shirt, black t-shirt, another neon vest, long guns going north on Sheridan from 6-0.
So there's a group of individuals that are carrying weapons, guns in particular, that the police have spotted.
Yeah, but is it citizens or is it?
Right, so we don't know if it's any Antifa people, if it's
Can you please send
armed citizens, rioters.
U.S. Marshal Squad to 6-0 and Sheridan? I need them to help me out with something here. Go for it.
The city right now is completely quiet. We've not seen any police, any guard. We've not seen any protesters or rioters. So right now I'm just listening to a police scanner. I will be going live in the heart of the war zone tonight. In a little while. I'm crazy, yeah. So right now I just wanted to film the police scanner. You can kind of hear what's happening. This is stuff that's not going to be broadcast live.
So the crowd's probably about 150 that paused and 10 and 56.
So 150 people group armed with guns. Kenosha PD has already spotted them.
That group of 4 males with the long guns, they're headed east on 59th. They just start running. They lost sight.
All of that is militia.
You fucking retards! What the fuck's wrong with you people?
I got time to be fighting nobody. It's crazy.
She does too, bro. She yells out the window. It's nuts. So I'm with some coworkers, and we still have to drop some food off. That 50, I think they said it was like 59th and 10th or something like that. 10th Avenue is behind all that like car source area. So that's all those militia guys that are coming to the Ultimate Gas Station. All of that shit. That's all of them.
Fucking just beep the horn. You fucking move. No, you motherfucker. There's an ambulance and two cops.
Yesterday,
You know you still got your.
So we have some food to drop off to some local businesses that are standing guard outside of their businesses.
And I don't normally have road rage. Go ahead, flash your brights at me. One more guy on top to see what happens.
723 58th Street, suspicious. Before that, long guns are walking in Castell apparently.
There's a police station over by the Stella. That's fucking Ryan Balls and his group. We now know that.
I dare you to. I'll hit you.
Look like they're gonna be anti.
Somehow I feel like I turned on the wrong road. I figured. I changed my mind. I want to go this way.
You right.
Are you able to? Comfortable with that?
If you guys are,
Oh, bunny, run away. Finish the shot.
Marshall, there, close time to come to that.
You ever ate rabbit before, Rachel?
Alright, we'll be out.
Fuck no. What's
Tastes like
wrong?
chicken.
No,
That's
yeah,
all. And
everything.
frog legs.
It's so good.
No, rabbit
Yeah.
and squirrel tastes like chicken. Rabbit and frog legs. Frog legs exactly like chicken. The only thing about frog legs, they stick.
so we're currently dropping off some employees from work to make sure they get home safe.
Right here,
Dropped
right?
off food to some local businesses that are standing guard
Fuck.
and listening to the police scanner. But I will be going live tonight from the center of all of this. You guys can also tune in to CJ TV or Mercado Media. There are two independent journalists from out of town that travel the country to film and document issues that go on throughout the country. They're pretty phenomenal guys. They have way better equipment than I do currently.
Kevin's a fucking amateur.
I'm an amateur. I'm an amateur journalist, all right? I'm starting out.
Still got his fucking diaper on.
Shut up.
Wet wipes with them.
Shut up. I did go out last night and filmed on another page.
Be safe, John. I'll see you tomorrow, buddy.
I did share CJ and Andrew's feed on my personal page. But you guys can tune in.
Cricket reporter.
You can tune when I go live again tonight.
Go ahead, 427.
Right now, listening to the
occupied 56th Street in front of the courthouse.
KPD police scanner.
LED strobe lights. They're trying to take our side away.
Did you say they're trying to take over the road?
They're trying to take their sight away with the strobes.
701 in 6 man. 701. 43 at Black Cross Rocket. Circle the building twice now on the west side.
So if you're just tuning in, there's 150 individuals that are armed with guns.
I just want to say, fuck KPD and city if you want to, motherfuckers.
Well, I don't know, Rachel. Your city PD didn't do a good fucking job last night.
They were overwhelmed.
Yeah, that's their
They
own
got the
fucking
marshals
fault.
today.
TX in a secondary location. I'm just a minute here. Can you give me a call?
So last night we had 125 National Guard out. We had Kenosha Police Department.
Because Tony Evers had to stand up.
Yeah. We had, I did see some Fed vehicles last night.
10-4, send me a TX.
But law enforcement was definitely overran.
Of course, I'm going crazy.
She did this the other night when she brought me home. But I ain't gonna lie.
Right now, this entire town is extremely quiet, which is really, really scary. We've been on curfew lockdown for the last couple of nights.
Oh, I could have turned there? What the fuck? No, you can turn here. Turn left. Look at Nicky. What the fuck's up? I used to live
Clear and route to 10th Avenue for shots fired.
If you go past the railroad tracks and turn on 67, and then you take a left on 38, I used to live right there.
But it shouldn't have happened. You had plenty of law enforcement out there. There's no need for any armed homeowner or militia type person to fucking go out there and do that. It was so loud. There were rioters everywhere. You guys gotta, there's some stuff, Neil. I'm gonna be honest. There's some stuff on your channel that you do that I think is absolutely phenomenal. I think you've uncovered some good stuff. There's other things I don't agree with. But if you guys started filing open records requests and got even half the fucking shit that I have sitting here, you see and understand a lot of the shit that I'm bitching about. Why did the fire department refuse to put fires out? They had U.S. Marshals detail, and they also had other law enforcement security detail. It's not like Kenosha has one fucking little firehouse. There's fire department, firehouses all over that city. And they had, according to the open records that I have, they have plenty of security detail to go out there. If you match up police scanner audio with the open records that I have with the timings and everything, and video footage, my video footage alone, at the time that one car source is up in flames, this is on the 24th when the whole fucking city goes up in flames. I'm on Sheridan Road filming the fucking car source, filming the cars burning. And guess what? There's really not a lot of people standing in the middle of Sheridan Road. You know where they're at? They're all on fucking 10th Street, 11th Street, 13th, 14th, and heading into Uptown. Sheridan Road was pretty much fucking empty. And fire department refused to go to that car source to put those fires out. They had plenty of security detail. Why is there no fucking attention put on the fire department or law enforcement for allowing $50 million worth of damage to be done?
I understand. He goes,
so you say nobody's putting attention. I am. I don't agree with burning and looting. I don't agree with that at all. But everyone wants to just sit and blame the rioters for doing that. But they're ignoring the fact that the city has responsibility in that too. They allowed that shit to happen. Talking with the PIO officer at fucking Kenosha, they allowed the probation building to burn. You know why? They didn't give a shit. They didn't care because that was state property. It wasn't theirs. So they sent no fire truck over there. Why is that? So more blame could be put on the fucking rioters to make it look like an out of control fucking situation, which then gives the police fucking, their due diligence to just wreak fucking havoc on people. That's crazy, bro.
They're just standing in front of the building that they're there protecting it. There's going to be a lot of citizens out tonight that are armed, protecting homes and businesses. The Kenosha citizens are not playing around tonight. They're tired of this.
Yeah, but you guys spend so much time on your platforms, because I've watched yours and I've seen Johnny's YouTube channel. I know who you guys are. Fucking, you guys spend so much time focusing on this fucking mythical fucking Antifa and BLM. Start focusing on, like I do. I mean, I'll call out bullshit and protest. I've done it before on my live streams. I'll continue to do it. I don't give a shit. I am protest friendly, but at the same time, I call out the bullshit. And there's a lot of stuff with law enforcement, especially when it comes to Kenosha. Start focusing on some of that stuff. Focus on the shit instead of just your side of things of attacking the other side.
There were about 200 cars that came in today with blacked out plates.
I mean, you guys you run your channels however you want. I'm just saying.
Antifa.
I've not heard on any of your streams, and maybe I've not seen every single video you guys. I've not heard you put blame on the fucking law enforcement or the National Guard or the Sheriff's Department. Fucking none of it.
There was a lot of white people out there, Kevin, in all black, tearing shit up.
So we have more roads. Where are we trying to go? Back to work? How the fuck do you not go back the same way? What is?
Because I went. Yeah.
So.
Nikki knows what's up. Nikki knows what's up, Mr. Reporter. Fuck you, ass.
So my boss is a nut job and just driving around town, yelling at me that I'm gonna go out in the middle of this, but she's driving around town, and roads are completely blocked off. Why don't you just go to 59th and Detectives.
Well,
Just drive right in it.
because everything's fucking blocked off.
That's where the shit is, Rachel. I'm trying to report this. Let's go.
Everett's going, can you please?
Confirm or deny that number up there. I believe what?
Oak Creek number what?
Hasn't been
That's by my house.
confirmed yet. They haven't been able to locate them again, so
Oh, great.
we're still waiting.
Seen? That's great. Nice. Everett, they're by our fucking house. Mickey, they're by our fucking house. What the fuck?
No, they not.
Yes, the fuck they are.
We need to ever get home. Carry your ass can get from there.
I mean, I'm fine. I don't care, dude. I literally.
Where your bike at?
It's everything's at work, outside of work.
So no.
Everything's sitting up against the wall.
We're in the hood for real.
This ain't nothing, bro. I was over.
It's all blocked off.
Ghost.
So did they say they lost these 150 armed people?
In Racine, Oak Creek. Oak Creek.
They probably passed us though, Rachel. When they know Racine, they gonna do shit. Ever since they said they got outside, them motherfuckers scared. The motherfuckers in Racine don't want to go to jail. They know Racine police ain't gonna play with them, and the judge is not. 1298.
First 10 years.
And they done motherfucking rotated judges too.
Something's hold to 639.
No, I don't think they should violently confront rioters. But like I said, months earlier in May with the George Floyd protests and then some of the small lootings that fucking happened in Kenosha. And believe me, you know, when I was watching all of this shit, it you know, back in May, it was up. And the apartment building I lived in, right below me was a jewelry store. And the building got fucking broken into. Like I was terrified. So, you know, don't think that there's sympathy from me, you know, towards fucking destruction and looting and breaking in and all that shit. But, you know, again, during that time, it was just KPD. The sheriff's department wasn't even involved yet. And they were able to quell any groups that were forming. And whether it was militia people or, you know, armed homeowners that were coming out, or, you know, fucking people that were trying to be, you know, in a riotous situation. It was all quelled. It was very, very, very minimal fucking damage. Some windows broken, some shit stolen. You know, there was one where they tried to break into I forgot the name of the fucking store. It was a convenience store, and then a homeowner came out, yelled, a couple of gunshots fired. Obviously, that could have been, you know, a tragic situation too. A couple of gunshots fired, you know, and that was it. And police stopped everything. And that's what I'm saying is when they shoot Jacob Blake, right? And all of a sudden you start getting all these fucking people. They could have done the same thing and fucking quelled all that. And when people started forming in other places, and there was no presence of law enforcement. They literally just went, okay, let's go back inside, and then just let these people walk around and do whatever the fuck. And then garbage trucks are being set up. The fucking courthouse gets lit on fire. It's fucking chaos. And where's law enforcement? They weren't there. Nobody was there. Look at all those fucking videos when CJ and Andrew first got on scene.
So right now we're on the south side of Kenosha.
There's no law enforcement. And then the 24th, now it's even worse. Everybody's coming from out of town, right? Okay, sure, there's law enforcement there. Yeah, they got some National Guard. Sheriff's Department is involved now. Then they start bringing all these other agencies in. But again, you know, with all of the open records, there was over 40 agencies that were in Kenosha. different, you know, sheriff's departments, and then police departments. You know, Milwaukee was there, West Dallas was there, fucking Oconomowoc was there. Oconomowoc, and there was another one. Maybe it was Waukesha sheriffs. It was definitely Oconomowoc. It was another sheriff's department. They sent their bomb squad. Why isn't it public knowledge in Kenosha that they actually did find homemade explosives? That's not public information, but it's written in fucking, you know, open records. But the point is, where were these motherfuckers? They were sitting inside of buildings instead of out on the street quelling any type of gatherings, and all of this shit just fucking got insane.
So heading into downtown.
Right. Plus you have the FBI, you know, and they talk about, like, they're testifying like the FBI is
should be passing some of these
flying around in a fuck airplane up in the sky. They're not. The drone that they use is called it's called the plane. That's what their drone is. Kenosha County Sheriffs. Kenosha has a fucking drone. KPD doesn't, but the sheriff's department does. But the you know, again, these guys are sitting in fucking Bradford. The owner of Jockey, we got hundreds of text messages with all these officers. The owner of Jockey allows his parking lot and his building to be used as a staging area for law enforcement. So they did that. They were snatching people and bringing them there. They were using it as like a little, you know, miniature fucking command center. You know, they had all these other places. But if you were to look at the open records, which some of them we haven't released yet because there's still certain pieces we're missing. But there's hundreds of National Guard and law enforcement that are sitting in Bradford eating fucking buffet. And we're not talking about like, hey, there's some guys, they're fucking tired, they're going to be on a break, send them over here and then swap them out. We're talking about fucking hundreds, bro. Hundreds. If those hundreds were not sitting there stuffing their fucking faces, they could have been out on the street, and maybe the city wouldn't have suffered $50 million worth of fucking damage. Maybe Kyle Rittenhouse wouldn't have been put into a situation or put himself into a situation to fucking have to shoot people. Maybe if they would have told the 150 people that we just listened to in this fucking video to go the fuck home. So, you know, there's a lot of blame that needs to be put on the fucking city as well. You know, even the fucking courthouse, like we released GoPro footage from the sheriff's department for Waukesha. We have some GoPro footage from Waukesha PD. It looks very similar to the sheriff's. That's why we haven't released it, because I got to compare it because it looks very similar. But you know, there's video footage of them inside of the fucking courthouse, and there's dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of police officers in the fucking courthouse just sitting there. And yes, granted, I know some of these cops were out there for hours. They're fucking tired. Some of them got fucking injured because they're getting shit thrown at them. I get that. So I'm not talking about those guys that need to be swapped out and need little breaks. I'm talking about hundreds of motherfuckers that are sitting around doing not a goddamn thing. And if they would have quelled the shit on the 23rd after Jacob Blake got shot, and they would have fucking quelled the shit at the start of the 24th, and the fire department wouldn't have refused to put fires out despite having U.S. Marshal and other local law enforcement security detail, we wouldn't have seen this shit. But they didn't. Why? That's what I'm trying to understand is they didn't allow it back in May with George Floyd when everyone was protesting in Kenosha over the George Floyd situation. There were a lot of people that were out there for that. And there was no riot that fucking happened because of the police response. And even the day that Jacob Blake got shot, there were other law enforcement agencies that were out here. If, again, looking at the open records, it wasn't just KPD and the fucking sheriff's department. All that mutual aid bullshit, there were several other agencies that were out here that sent law enforcement down here. Where were they? They're nowhere on the fucking street, bro. They're all, again, sitting inside of a fucking building. I don't know what the fuck, jerking each other off. They're sitting there. They're talking about all of the, oh, they're starting garbage trucks on fire. Oh, they're burning the courthouse. Where the fuck were they? Politicians, I don't know anything about Portland. I've said this on my stream a million times, and there's protesters that don't agree with me. I don't know what the fuck with Portland and Seattle. That's a whole nother monster. And that everyone wants to fucking, they look at Portland and Seattle, and then every fucking protest around the country is all of a sudden Portland and Seattle. Kenosha, though, Kenosha was not politicians making fucking decisions. It was Sheriff Beth. That's who pulled the strings that night was the sheriff. And that's all documented. But it's the same thing, along the lines of that question. It's the same thing of look at all the protests that happen in these other cities, right? And when they start turning into violent demonstrations where we do start seeing the lootings and the breaking of the buildings, and then there's some fires that are started, okay? Why is it, and look at every single one of them, because it's happened in every fucking city. Why is it that law enforcement, and it's a very clear demonstration if we look at Wauwatosa, law enforcement intentionally blocks a specific road, which forces protesters to turn into the downtown area where what's down there? All the fucking businesses and all types of glass and all types of fucking shopping stores that can get robbed. Instead of letting them go down this main road where there's fucking nothing. There's nothing. But that has happened in every single city. So why is it that law enforcement is intentionally doing that shit? The answer is they need the chaos and they need the destruction to happen. There's obviously going to be dumb fucks inside of the group that they're opportunistic and they want to be on bullshit. So they're hoping for that, which then allows law enforcement to start playing with their fucking toys and then start lighting motherfuckers up. And then they get to fucking, legally be, brutal and beat the fuck out of people and start shooting at them. And I mean, it's really not that hard to figure out. Like when you're sitting at home and you're just restreaming fucking bullshit and you're, putting little fucking video clips together, it's real easy to kind of just have this fucking narrative in your fucking brain. But when you're physically out there, like I have been, boots on the fucking ground in the middle of getting fucking lit up by these motherfuckers and watching the actions of fucking protesters, it's very easy to see like what the fuck is going on. And then when you are spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of fucking dollars on open records requests and suing fucking police departments that refuse to give you fucking records like I've done, it's real easy to start putting the picture together. Listening to how they talk in their fucking reports, the corruption that they fucking do, the shit that they fucking hide. It's all right there in front of you guys. It's a matter of whether or not you want to take the time to come on, platforms like mine where we release, fucking different video type things. Go on my website and read different articles where we attach documents. And there's tons of other people that do the same shit. But when you actually start paying attention, instead of just getting the little sound bites, You know, and I'm guilty of that too. And that's why, you know, I can fucking, you know, totally spaz about it. I grew up like that. I had those narratives in my fucking head. This is what it is. These people are bad. I mean, listen to the way I'm talking just in the video that you heard and my other footage too. I say all the same words that fucking, you know, Kyle's team is saying. But then I was in there. I've been in hundreds of fucking protests. I've filmed all of this shit. You know, and again, Portland and Seattle, I think it started the right way, and then it turned into something far fucking crazier. But everybody wants to compare Portland and Seattle, and every demonstration that happens is now, oh my God, here comes another fucking Chaz. In Kenosha, no, the police were not ordered to fucking stand down in Kenosha. Definitely not. We have text messages with the militia groups and this is with Kenosha. You know, again, I'm not really talking about others. I try not to talk about other cities outside of Wisconsin because I'm not there. I haven't filmed anything there. I haven't looked in open records and stuff. You know, I can do the same thing as everybody else, watch these little fucking live streams and little clips, and then all of a sudden I'm part of the problem and I'm forming this narrative. So I try to just stick with Wisconsin. But we have text messages with law enforcement, Kenosha and other law enforcement, where they are directly being told to consider the militia members as friendlies, not to arrest them, not to detain them. They're friendlies. Why? But then you heard the cop on the stand the other day fucking testify that he talked to dozens of militia people and said, look, if you want to help, the best way to help is to go home. No, the fuck they didn't do that, bro. Not according to all these documents that we have. And Kenosha, you know, I don't know how well you guys are familiar with me, but I sued the department, 27 different open records requests. I technically won 16 of them. But then, you know, they want to start telling this judge a bunch of horse shit that these 16 that I won are going to cost $150,000. And then at the end of that fucking nonsense, you know, I won 5 of them. But I've gone to, you know, dozens of other fucking agencies that were out here, and we're getting all the records from them. Everything that Kenosha wants to hide, we're getting it from other people, other departments. Oh, see, and that's the thing too, Ray. Like, and if you look at the fucking videos, they had them surrounded. The street that the little dinosaur museum is on so that side. Like, if we're standing in Civic Park and we're looking at the courthouse, I think that's 10th. I think that's 10th right there. There was law enforcement right there. There's law enforcement in front of the courthouse. There's law enforcement on Sheridan Road, plus, you know, on fucking 7th. There's law enforcement behind. The whole fucking park was surrounded. There was no need to push that group out of that fucking park. None whatsoever. No need for it. And, you know, with Ryan Balch, with his testimony, a lot of people don't believe him. But according to some documents that there's a couple of us that have, that we've not necessarily made public knowledge yet, that statement that law enforcement is going to push them down Sheridan Road and let militia deal with that, that is a true situation. That's not just some fabricated shit. That's not Ryan trying to cover his ass. That happened. And a lot of the a lot of this stuff also, like I said, can be seen in text message communication. You know, so that's where like, and I know I attacked you a little bit on some of what I consider rhetoric on your channel, but that's where I have a problem, regardless of whatever side people claim to fucking be on, when it's fucking rhetoric. I've called out both sides. Just put out the fucking truth of the situation. I've said, like, there's a situation where protesters are getting fucking lit up, dude. Rubber bullets, CS gas, mace balls, all the shit, right? And the public perception and the protester perception for this one moment, it's not everything, but this one moment, is that it generally does seem like everything's relatively chill. There's really not much being thrown at the police officers, just little petty bullshit. And then all of a sudden, like, law enforcement just fucking lights these people up. So it looks like it was for no reason. And we released GoPro footage. And the reason behind that one particular incident is because there's a protester walking around with a fucking pistol and he's pointing it at police officers. So they lit his ass up and then started launching into the crowd to just fucking disperse everybody so that a cop's not getting shot. But the public doesn't know that. The protesters didn't know that. So it's like, you got to put out like the real information. When it's just like fucking rhetoric bullshit to stir the fucking pot, bro, it's a fucking problem. And like your channel, you know, it's fucking it's one side. It's so focused on Antifa and fucking BLM and anti fucking, you know, black protesters. That's what the channel is about. Fuck everybody. That's what I say. Fuck all of them. Just fucking expose all the bullshit if you're gonna expose it. I mean, it's pretty clear by your fucking channel, bro. I mean, let's look at your channel. I mean, as soon as you opened up your fucking channel, I seen your channel when you fucking had like 5 subscribers. Now you're up to fucking over 2,000. I was there watching your channel with your very first fucking videos. Let's look at your fucking channel. Let's look at some fucking titles. I mean, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? I mean, people know what side I'm on, right? Like, I mean, I'm protester, you know, friendly and protester sympathetic. I've not denied that. I switched sides. But, you know, at the same time, I do call out fucking bullshit. And I do have more private conversations than I do public about the bullshit. Here we go. Critical race theory exposed by, you know, whoever. Breaking Rittenhouse. This is the Cortez thing. BLM trying to dox the jury. The fuck out of here with that. Antifa feud. Antifa media accused of slandering fellow Antifa. Everything Kyle Rittenhouse, but whatever. That's all everyone's talking about that. I mean, the fuck, bro. Jaylee Quinn and I talk Antifa BLM. Anthony Huber strikes Kyle twice. And it's all black people. Oh, what if Kyle was black? I was watching this one earlier. The whole question, what if Kyle was a fucking black guy? This is what would happen. Here you are. What if Kyle was black? Rhetoric, bro. The fuck out of here with that shit. Here's a fucking school shooter, a black kid. Oh, look at more black people. BLM is anti-mask and anti-vax. Card mandate. So are the fucking lunatic fucking Trump supporters. I mean, do you want me to keep going? Fucking a witness to Antifa murder. It's the fuck, bro. Everything on your fucking channel. So what the fuck come on, bro. You're telling me, dude, if people come to your fucking channel, bro, it's very easily gonna be, look at this fucking. Yeah, he would have been shot. He'd have been shot right there on the fucking spot. You want to take one dumb fuck situation where a black kid doesn't get fucking shot by law enforcement, and then that quells the whole argument of, oh, well, it doesn't happen to black people. And what if Kyle Rittenhouse would have been black? Well, here's a black boy that didn't get shot by law enforcement. Shut the fuck up with that shit, bro. I mean, seriously. It's fucking, bro. If we compared fucking white people on their fuckery compared to black people on their fuckery, you know, bro. I mean, seriously, dude. What the fuck? I just fucking watched a fucking live stream yesterday. They're fucking protesting, you know, outside of a place. Fucking, you know, they protest this fucking place because some fuckery happened, and then two of them go back. Okay, one white person, one black person. They go back to continue their protest, and some lunatic fuck white man comes out throwing the N-word around, calling the black lady a fucking cunt and all of this fucking shit, threatening to break her fucking teeth and smash her fucking face in and all this other shit. And he runs up on her, aggressive. So no different than your fucking Rosenbaum situation. And she pulls her fucking pistol. Doesn't point the pistol, just pulls it like, hey, motherfucker, take another step. And she got arrested. The fuck? I do watch your content, bro. Like I said, there's some stuff on here where I was like, oh, that's actually pretty decent. And then there's a bunch of other shit where I'm like shaking my fucking head. Because even some of the stuff that you were putting out about fucking Rittenhouse in the beginning when you first started your channel, you know, there's things that I don't agree when it comes to the Kyle Rittenhouse situation. But I was like, all right, this dude's sort of pretty spot on. When you came out, some of your first videos are about the criminal complaint, right? Am I right about that? That's how you started your channel, right? The criminal complaint. Some type of fucking conspiracy thing about the female fucking DA with the how they wrote up the fucking criminal complaint. V Radio at Occupy Detroit. Kyle Rittenhouse documentary rebuttal. Another rebuttal to the Rittenhouse. My response to the case against Rittenhouse. I think that's one of the first ones that I saw. But I mean, like that. When you're talking about the fucking the criminal complaint. I'll be honest, that made me go back and fucking like really read that criminal complaint. And I went, oh fuck. And then we're sitting here watching Binger with fucking Richie McGinnis trying to prove reckless endangering safety. Yeah, see, and I mean, like Ray's got a good point because you actually care because it's the trend. You know what I mean? Like, I mean that's a good question. Fucking, I went out because it was happening in my town. I was pissed off because I was fucking homeless and my post office was shut down and I couldn't get shit I needed to order to fucking survive outside. I was pissed. I was fucking angry. And then I went out to go fucking film this box of fucking crazy. And then I started fucking watching black protesters getting their fucking rights violated. And I went, wow, this is fucked up. What the fuck am I watching right now? And and that's where it's like, on the surface of everything, everybody's watching, chaos, the city, the violence, the fires, all the fucking shit. And that's where the attention is. But on the inside, when your boots on the fucking ground and you're filming true protesters, I'm not talking about rioters, I'm talking about true protesters. And then you have people that are just practicing civil disobedience. Just petty bullshit. And they're getting their rights violated. And then you're fucking filming white militia driving around in their trucks, walking around, doing whatever the fuck they want. And then black people doing the same exact thing. But the black people are getting arrested. And that's when I fucking started to really question things. Pastor Corey Brooks. Come on, bro. Dude, your whole fucking tone and language on your fucking YouTube channel is, anti-fucking Antifa and anti-BLM. And see, and I mean, that's part of the problem too. And like, you'll hear protesters out here that are like, what the fuck is a BLM? There's no BLM. We're not into that. That's not who the fuck we are. You know what I mean? Like, everyone wants to fucking lump this BLM org into every black person that says my fucking life matters. Like, the fuck, bro? See, I don't buy that, bro. When you say I do believe in standing up for civil rights, because you're fucking, if you believe, if that's true, if you believe in fucking standing up for civil rights, then you wouldn't be focused on this fucking Antifa shit. You're focused on the fucking this craziness. Fuck all that, bro. That's completely different than fucking people of color marching around trying to make some fucking changes. And it's because, and this is why I say this is rhetoric, it's because of this style rhetoric that is taking any peaceful demonstration and making people lose their fucking minds, like this is about to be a fucking Antifa thing, or this is about to be a fucking riot. And then that's where, you know, and then the fucking political viewpoints of BLM org and that fucking nonsense. So I know, and you know, and I apologize, bro. It's not fair. I'm talking and you got to type. You know, you got Jesse Ventura on your shit, bro. You know, Joe Biden fucking, come on, dude. I mean, you know, it's one thing you want to bash Joe Biden, but I mean, fuck bash Trump then too, bro. He's done a lot of fucking, if you're a Bernie person, go after, why aren't you going after Trump? You go after Biden. See, that's what I'm saying, bro. It doesn't look like, you know, doesn't look like what you're saying. It's this whole fucking website, dude. You know, I try to stay away from like politics stuff, presidents and, you know, Congress and all that. I try to stay away from that. It's a fucking headache for me. But, you know, within that, like my platform is like civil rights fucking issues and how people's rights are being violated and the corruption in these fucking different systems. You know, that's how I stand up for civil rights. I don't like people's rights being violated. I don't care what side you're on. I don't care if I don't, you know, agree with anything you're fucking saying, but you have a right to say it. Like I always get the question like, oh, what if a Nazi was out there fucking blah, blah, blah. And, you know, police were trying to shut him down. Would you be there? Yes, I would. I would. And I would film what he's doing and saying and fucking, I'd be telling people on my live streams, like, this guy's got a right to say this ignorant shit and the police are trying to shut him fucking down. Yeah, I'd absolutely go fucking interview him and, you know, elevate his voice because he has a right to say whatever fucking ignorant shit I don't believe in. But this is all, this whole YouTube channel, bro, this is all an attack on fucking, on the movement. This type of shit just stirs the fucking pot and gets everybody fucking riled up. And, you know, you say like you're not on the right and all this and that, whatever, but a lot of your viewers are. And when they see this type of shit, bro, they get all fucking amped up. And then some of them are going out in, you know, in these fucking rallies and shit, and then pulling little Kyle Rittenhouse moves or running around joining the fucking Proud Boys and then beating the fuck out of, you know, protesters and shit. Yeah, bro, I've watched a lot of your videos, dude. There's several of you guys that I watch. You are one of them. I've been paying attention to your stuff. There's a reason I pay attention to your stuff, but I haven't seen every video. I've said that, but I do watch a lot of your stuff. But yeah, you have all these little clickbait fucking titles, dude. It's fucking. Anyway, all right. Well, I don't want to debate you now, because like I said, bro, I've been fucking gaffing off on you for a hot minute already, and I'm talking and you're typing. It's not fair. But if you want to get together on, I don't care whose stream, it could be on yours. It's fine. I don't care. We can get together and, like I said, just email me and we'll talk there. But yeah, I set up some parameters. There's some, topics that, are not on the table to discuss. And then let's figure out topics that we are going to discuss so that we're not all over the place, fucking, whatever. Same as I tell everybody else that wants to have me come on and fucking debate them. And most times it doesn't work out because they just want to do whatever the fuck they want to do. And it's really just a, let's talk shit about Kevin fucking interview. But yeah, we'll pick the topics, that we, both want to discuss. If you're going to bring any statistics into it, I want to know your sources so I can go look at those. And then I do the same thing, give you whatever sources I'm looking at. This way, neither one of us are blindsided, or we can't be like, oh, I don't know. I didn't read that, or I didn't see that. Then we know. Does that make sense? Yeah, but the racist people are doing the same shit though, bro. There's fucking hundreds of videos of fucking all the shit that the Trump supporters were fucking crying about. Oh my God, they're marching in the fucking streets. And then there's fucking videos of them marching in the fucking streets. Oh, they're blocking traffic. And then there's fucking videos of them blocking fucking traffic. Everything that they sat and fucking cried about, they do the same shit. And then, they're running around breaking fucking windows and shit. You know what I mean? And I mean, I'm assuming, maybe I shouldn't assume, but I'm assuming, you're a socialist. That's even crazier that you're against the fucking movement. And I don't even fucking believe in socialism. So how is that? I don't believe in socialism and I'm for the movement. You sound like you might be a socialist and you're against the movement. It's fucking interesting. Fucking interesting. It's fucking interesting. But yeah, I mean, if it's up to you. I don't care. If you want to have a fucking little thing, we can. If you don't, whatever. All right. Well, it's interesting. Anyway, all right. I'm gonna jump off. We've been on here for 5 hours playing fucking video footage and arguing with fucking Neil over here. So yeah, I'm gonna get off. So yeah, tomorrow. I know Raw Topic came in here yelling at me. But we're supposed to be on his platform tomorrow. We're going to be live streaming the case from the Raw Topic studio. And, you won't see me in the Never Stop gear. I was told I had to wear a Raw Topic t-shirt. So Never Stop Media is going to merge into Raw Topic. So yeah, we're going to live stream that. And then possibly Tuesday, we'll be back at the Raw Topic studio. Those streams, though, should end up on our page. And then the rest of the week, I'll come back and stream from my janky fucking setup over here. Check out the videos on our page. Check out our website, Never.Stop.Voices.com. If you guys want to help support the channel, like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you want to help monetarily with, helping us pay for open records requests and things like that, there's some links in our descriptions and posted all over the fucking platform here. where you can donate. I'd love to say it's not necessary, but it is. We need help so we can get these open records and expose more bullshit. And yeah, other than that, I will see you guys fucking later. Neil, it was good talking to you, buddy. Clear up the fucking Cortez video, since I gave you some background information on what that is all about, so your fucking viewers don't lose their shit. Other than that, bro, it was good talking to you. Like I said, there is some videos you do that are good work. I do like it. So I will talk to you guys later. Peace out.